After the Beginning. Notes from Inside a Transition. Samuel Moegenburg. The observation this book was written around. Memory becomes prediction. Prediction becomes recommendation. Recommendation becomes habit. Habit becomes default. Default becomes environment. Environment reshapes behavior. I've been trying to find the language for something I can already see. Not a prediction, not a theory, a pattern. And the pattern is no longer scattered. What learns what we watch begins learning what we want. What learns what we want begins deciding what reaches us. What decides what reaches us begins shaping what feels normal. And what shapes what feels normal no longer needs to announce itself as control. The witnesses multiply because prediction improves with memory. The memory expands because every movement, preference, pause, and reaction makes the next prediction more precise. The predictions become recommendations. The recommendations become habits. The habits become defaults. Eventually, the defaults begin to feel like choices. At the same time, the copies improve, the intervals collapse, and abundance begins dissolving the old reasons people were needed. First for answers, then for creation, then for judgment, then for work. What once required effort becomes immediate. What once required skill becomes available. What once required a person requires only permission. And what requires only permission eventually stops asking. Nothing arrives all at once. That is why almost no one sees the threshold. They are waiting for the machine to wake up while the world around them is already learning to think, watch, predict, entertain, decide, and remember on their behalf. Most are still waiting for it to begin. A few have realized they're already living after the beginning. I'm putting this into words now because one day none of it will sound unusual. There's a note at the back of this book about how it was written. It has to be at the back. You'll understand when you get there. I should say something first because the whole book leans on it and it'd be weird to bring it up later. I was a kid for the first half of what I'm about to write down. I don't remember any of it from an adult's side. What I've got is a childhood. And childhood memory isn't great evidence. Kids mix things up. They borrow other people's stories and don't know they're doing it. I was in that world at about counter height, and that's the only angle on it I'll ever have. But I've got the other thing. I'm right at the back edge of the people who remember any of it, younger than me, and there's nothing to compare against. Older, and the memory is in adults, which is probably better than mine. I got the weird middle. Old enough to have seen it, too young to know I was seeing anything. So I'm going to count this in the only unit I actually have, which is how old I was. It works better than years anyway. A year when you're 5 is huge. A year when you're 25 is nothing. That's not a problem with the measurement. That's the thing I'm trying to describe. When I was 5, the computer was in a room. That's the part I can't get across. It was furniture. It sat on a desk against a wall. If you wanted it, you went in there and sat down, and when you were done, you got up and left, and it stayed. It didn't come with you. It had a spot, the way the fridge had a spot. Broadband passed dial-up in American homes right around then, so I'm sitting on the line and I don't fully trust my own memory of the sound the modem made. Everybody my age brings that sound up. When everyone remembers the same detail that vividly, I start wondering how much of it is mine. What I do trust is the waiting. Everything had waiting in it. Nobody called it waiting because there was nothing to call it against. When I was 6, there was a thing the size of a pack of gum with no screen on it. The iPod Shuffle came out in January of 2005. It held a few hundred songs and had no display of any kind, so you couldn't see what was on it or pick what came next. There was a switch. One position played your songs in order, the other position played them in an order you didn't choose. People loved it. I loved it. Not knowing what was next was the whole point, and the ad said so out loud. Life is random. It costs less than the ones with screens, and the reason it costs less is that they'd taken out the part where you decide. I'm not going to pretend I saw anything in that at 6, but if somebody made me point at the first thing I ever owned that picked, for me, it's that. It fit in a pocket. It had no screen, and I thought it was the best thing I'd ever been given. When I was 7, I knew the house number by heart, not like a fact, like a song. I couldn't have written it faster than I could say it, because it wasn't numbers to me, it was a rhythm. I still have it. It's the only one left. One phone, one number, and it belonged to the house instead of to a person. Cell phones existed. About 2/3 of American adults had one by then. They just weren't where you found somebody yet. You called the house, and whoever picked up went and got them. If nobody was home, that was it. No message, no little red number waiting for anyone later. It hadn't happened. You'd try again. Or you wouldn't. People were unreachable for whole afternoons, and it didn't mean anything. I don't want to make that sound better than it was. It was annoying a lot of the time, and once in a while it was scary. But there were hours where nobody knew where you were, and you didn't know what anybody else was doing, and I can't explain to somebody younger that this wasn't lonely. It was just Saturday. When I was 8, the iPhone came out, and I didn't hear about it. Announced in January of 2007, on sale that June. I was 8. It wasn't for kids, and it cost more than anything in our house. Nobody I knew had one. It was on the news, and I didn't watch the news. I think about that year more than any of the others. It's the cleanest example I've got of something being completely available and completely invisible at the same time. There wasn't a moment where I missed it. There was nothing to miss. It just wasn't aimed at me, and by the time it was aimed at me, it had stopped being new and turned into part of the room. When I was 9, the pictures stopped waiting, and then they got stuck. Digital cameras passed film in sales around 2003, so by the time I was old enough to hold one, we had one. Screen on the back the size of a stamp. You could look right away, which everyone treats as the big change, and which I think is only half of it. The other kind was still around for years. Disposables at school, 27 exposures, and you didn't take 27 of the same thing. You took one, you picked which one, and picking cost something. Both were true at the same time for a long stretch, which is how most of these go, and it's why nobody can name the day anything switched. What I remember best is that the digital ones filled up, and then nothing happened. The pictures lived on the camera. Somebody had to plug it into the computer in the room, and mostly nobody did. So the gap between the moment and the record didn't close. It moved. It went from a week at the drugstore to a camera in a drawer, with 400 pictures on it that no one has ever looked at. When I was 11, the car got quiet. I remember being bored in cars really clearly. I have no memory of when that stopped. Those are the two things I've got, and I've never been able to put anything in between them. Being bored in a backseat is a specific feeling, counting stuff, reading the same signs twice, watching a plastic bag stuck against the window, long stretches where nothing happened and nobody had suggested anything should. I'd like to say that was good for me, and probably it was. But everybody my age says that, and when everyone agrees that fast, I get suspicious. When I was 13, the arguments got shorter. I got a phone around then, and it wasn't a smart one. In 2012, about 8% of 12 and 13-year-olds had one of those, and I wasn't in it. Mine made calls and did texts badly. The real one came at 14 or 15, like it did for most people my age. But somebody at the table always had one, and that's the part I'd point at. Before, an argument about a fact could run for days. Whose brother was right? What year something came out? How far away something actually was? Nobody could settle it, so everybody had a position, and the position stuck to you for a while. Eventually somebody would find out, and come back with it, and there was a whole little event in that. Not knowing something took time, and it needed other people. Then it took 9 seconds. Somebody pulled a phone out and read it off the screen, and everybody said, "Huh," and that was the end of it. It wasn't bad. The answers were better. I just noticed years later that we'd stopped having the arguments at all, because there's no point starting one that'll be over before the food comes. We got better answers and gave up the part where somebody had to be there. It took about a year. It cost nothing at the time. When I was 15, there was a number under my picture. Everything in this book that I actually understand from the inside starts here. Before that, I had a rough idea of where I stood with people. It came from who sat where, who called, how a room felt when I walked into it. It was vague. That vagueness was doing a lot of work, and I didn't find out until it got replaced with a number, and the number was exact, and you could line it up next to everyone else's. It became normal fast. Weeks. Within a few months, I could tell you where I stood against every person I knew, at a level of detail I'd never had and never asked for. There was no way to be in it without the count. The count wasn't part of the thing. It was the thing. And I never once felt watched or pressured or like there was anything to complain about. It seemed like information. If anything, it seemed like an upgrade, and for years I'd have argued that. When I was 16, two things happened in the same month, and I was only angry about one of them. In March of 2016, Instagram announced it was getting rid of the chronological feed. Before that, what you saw was what had happened, newest first. It was dumb, and it was honest. Dumb was doing something for us that nobody bothered to name. After, you'd see whatever the system figured you were most likely to be interested in. People were furious. There was a petition with tens of thousands of signatures inside a day. There was a hashtag about the app dying. I remember being annoyed, and I remember other people being much more annoyed than me. It rolled out anyway over the next few months, and within a year, I don't think I heard anybody mention it again, including me. That same March, a program beat one of the best Go players alive, 4 games to 1, and I have no memory of it at all. Go was the example people used for the thing computers couldn't do. Too many positions, too much intuition, decades away. It was covered everywhere. I was 16, and online constantly, and it went straight past me, and the thing I actually got upset about that month was the order of my photos. I'd like to say I'd catch it now. I'm not sure I would. You get one alarm and it goes off for whatever's touching you. When I was 18, taking a picture stopped being a thing that happened. No gap at all anymore. You looked right away. You took 9 and kept 1, and the other 8 went nowhere and cost nothing. And because the record showed up instantly, it started arriving before the thing was over. So part of every experience was getting spent on recording it. I did that constantly. I still do. Around the same time, and for completely unrelated reasons as far as anybody was concerned, the cameras that weren't mine multiplied. Doorbells, dash cams, parking lots. Nobody voted on it and nobody complained because each one showed up on its own with a reason attached, and the reason was almost always fine. When I was 20, I stopped looking things up. This one's quiet, and I think it might be the biggest one on the list. Looking something up means you have a question. You had to build the question first, badly or not. There's a second in there where you're aware of what you don't know. That second is uncomfortable, and it's also the whole way a person finds their own edges. Then the thing I opened was already showing me something I hadn't asked. There was no question, so there was no uncomfortable second. I didn't decide to stop having questions. I just stopped needing one first. The hours went up. The number of days that started with me wanting to know something went down. I couldn't give you the ratio because I wasn't counting. When I was 21, everything moved onto a screen for a year, and then it stayed there. The year itself isn't my subject, and everybody's got their own version of it. What I care about is what didn't go back. Work didn't. School went back part way and argued about it the whole time. A huge number of things that had been physical for 100 years got converted in about 11 weeks, under pressure, with nobody checking whether it should be permanent. Then most of them just stayed. I've never seen a better example of the reason for a default, and the life of a default having almost nothing to do with each other. When I was 23, it answered. ChatGPT opened to the public on November 30th, 2022. This is the only one on the list I can date, and I can date it because for about 2 months it was the only thing anybody talked about. 1 million people signed up in 5 days. 100 million inside 2 months. I know where I was sitting. I typed something in to see if I could break it. The way you'd step on ice. I want to get down what it felt like before it got normal, because that window was short, and it's already hard to get back to. It felt like being caught. Not scared. Caught. The way you feel when somebody finishes your sentence and gets it right. I sat there a long time not really doing anything with it. Here's the part I had wrong at the time. It felt like everyone had seen it, because everyone I knew had. When Pew went and asked that, March, about 14% of American adults had tried it. 1 in 7. I'd have guessed all of them. Worth remembering the next time, I'm sure something is obvious. Then within a year I was annoyed when it was slow. That's the gap I'd want anybody reading this to hold on to. The distance between the most surprising thing I'd ever seen a machine do and me being irritated at how long it took was under 12 months. Nothing about it stopped being remarkable. I stopped remarking on it. Those are 2 different events, and only one of them happened to the machine. When I was 25, the copies got good enough. Not perfect. Perfect was never the bar, and I think arguing about perfect has been a distraction the whole time. Good enough for the job, and for most jobs, the bar is way lower than people want to admit. A voice that's good enough for a phone call. A paragraph that's good enough for an email nobody wanted to write anyway. A face that's good enough at the size faces usually get looked at. Around then I started having a little delay before I believe things. Not a decision, a hesitation, maybe a quarter second, in front of a picture or a recording. It hasn't gone away, and I don't think it's going to. I'm 27 now, and the gaps are shorter than the time it takes me to write them down. I started this list thinking it was a timeline, and somewhere near the end it stopped working as one. The early ones are years apart and easy to keep separate. The later ones run into each other. A couple of things I'd want in the last few lines happened while I was still writing the earlier ones, and have already been replaced. There's a version of this where I keep going and it turns into a list of the last 18 months, and it'd be out of date before anybody read it. So I'm stopping. I want to be clear that I'm stopping on purpose and not because the list ended. Everything after this is written from inside it. I don't know how it goes. I'm not in the room where any of it gets decided, and I don't know anybody who is. I've got what everyone else has, which is a life happening in the middle of it, and one habit that seems worth keeping, which is writing things down while they still seem weird. The dates stop being useful from here. March 4th, a little after 6, at the Exxon on Watertown Plank Road. It's 2 minutes from the house I grew up in. It's the station. I've been stopping there since before I could drive. For gas now and for snacks then, and usually for both. And I was back in town for a few days, and I went there without thinking about it, because that's the whole point of a place like that. It was cold and already dark. Salt crust up the side of the car. The lot gray with the residue of a whole winter's salt and slush. The stuff that stops being snow but never quite leaves. Nozzle in, numbers going. I had one hand on the roof and I wasn't doing anything, waiting for it to fill. The screen on the pump woke up and started playing me an ad. This isn't a complaint about advertising. It was for a fast food place. It ran about 30 seconds. I didn't watch it. What got me was that the screen turned itself on. I'd put a card in a slot. The card went somewhere and came back approved. And somewhere inside that half second, the machine also worked out that I was a guy who'd be standing still for 4 minutes, and that 4 minutes was worth money to somebody. My phone was in the cup holder, and it had already put a card up on the screen. Home. 2 minutes. I hadn't asked for it. That's the part I keep coming back to. It wasn't helping me. I was 2 miles from the house, and I'd driven that stretch 1,000 times before I was old enough to drive it. There is no version of me that needed the card. But I'd been in town 3 days, and it had already worked out which house I came back to at night, and it put the card up anyway, because that's what it does. It wasn't wrong. It just had nothing to be right about. There was a camera on a short arm under the canopy, pointed down at the pumps. Not hidden. Nobody hides them. It had the look outdoor equipment gets after a couple of winters, and it had probably been up there for years, and I had never looked at it once. 2 spots over, a delivery driver sat with his phone in a windshield mount, waiting, engine running against the cold. He wasn't looking at anything. The phone did something, and he pulled out onto Watertown Plank Road heading west, and I watched him go, and it hit me that he hadn't picked that direction either. He'd accepted it. That seemed like a thin difference at the time. I've thought about it a lot since. The pump clicked off. I went inside and got a drink out of the cooler in the back. The same cooler, and paid at a register with a second screen on it playing a second thing at me. And then I got in the car and drove the 2 minutes back. Here's the part that stuck, and it's smaller than it sounds. None of that was aimed at me. I hadn't typed anything, or asked anything, or made a request of any kind that whole evening. I put a card in a slot. That was the whole of what I did. And in the 4 minutes after, a screen picked something to show me. A phone picked a road. A camera recorded a car. And a guy 20 feet away got told where to go. None of those things knew about each other. I don't mean that as a figure of speech. The pump screen and the map app and the camera and whatever was routing that driver are owned by different companies, running on different systems, built by people who have never met and have no reason to meet. There's no meeting where they line it up. If you called any one of them and described that evening, they'd be confused, and then they'd explain their own piece of it. And it would sound reasonable, and it would be true. So the question isn't who set this up. The question is why 4 unrelated things, built by unrelated people, for unrelated reasons, we're all doing a version of the same thing in the same 4 minutes. to one guy standing at a gas pump in the town he grew up in. I've been going to that station for 20 years. The building is the same building. The cooler is in the same place. What's in there with me is not the same, and I couldn't tell you what year any of it showed up. Let me put the pieces down flat, because the temptation is to make them sound bigger than they are, and they don't need the help. A screen that starts playing when a payment clears. A route offered before anybody types a destination. A camera running in a place where nothing is expected to happen. A phone that decides which of several thousand things you'll see next and what order they come in. A doorbell keeping a record of the street. A watch that knows when you fell asleep and how badly. A car that'll hold a lane. A search box that finishes the sentence. A speaker in a kitchen, waiting. Every one of those has an ordinary business reason for existing. The screen sells ads. The route saves 10 minutes. The camera lowers an insurance bill. The doorbell catches a package thief once a year. The watch sells a subscription. One at a time, this reads as a list of small conveniences, and that reading is available, and it is the one almost everybody takes. It is also a reading that has to hold 9 times in a row for the list to be harmless, and it only ever gets tested one item at a time. Nobody has ever been asked about the list. I've made that argument myself. I made it for a long time, and I made it well, and it stopped covering the ground somewhere between the 3rd item on that list and the 9th. What connects them isn't ownership, and it isn't intent. It's a requirement. Every one of those things needs the same thing to work at all. Not personal information the way people usually mean it. Not a name, not an address. Nothing you'd think to protect. Something more boring than that. A record of what happened last time. It offered me a 2-minute drive because there was a record of the 3 days before it. The screen played because there's a record of how long people stand at a pump. The lane assist works because there's a record of 10 million lane markings in the rain. None of these things knows anything about me the way a person would mean it. They've got a history of behavior, mine and a lot of other people's, and they're running that history forward one step. That's it. It's not a secret, and it isn't complicated. Say it slow, and it sounds like nothing. These things remember, and because they remember, they can guess. And because they can guess, they can offer. And because they can offer, they can be the easiest thing to do. And the easiest thing to do is what people do. Written out like that, every step is boring. It's the order that's difficult, not any of the parts. Now the obvious objection, which is mine and not yours, and which I've been carrying around since that night. I'm a guy who found a pattern. You know what that usually means. People are incredibly good at seeing shapes and noise. It's one of the few things about how we think that nobody really argues about. We see faces in wall outlets and in the fronts of cars. Gamblers see streaks and sequences that are provably random and put real money on them. People take unrelated events and build them into a story with a cause and a bad guy in it, and the story feels better than the events did. There's a name for this and a pile of research behind it, and none of that helps me, because from the inside, a false pattern feels exactly like understanding something. Nobody has ever spotted a fake one and experienced it as fake. It shows up feeling like the truth. There's a second problem, and it's worse because it's about me and not about brains. The pattern makes me look good. It makes me the guy who noticed. Any story about the world that hands its author a seat near the front should get held at arm's length by that author, and I haven't always managed it. So the objection stays standing, because it can't be got rid of. What can be done is to say what actually moved me, which wasn't an argument about technology. It was a model somebody built in 1971 on graph paper while trying to understand something else. Thomas Schelling was an economist looking at why neighborhoods separate by race. Most of the explanations around at the time were explanations about wanting. People separate because people want to be separated, and the more separated it looks, the more they must have wanted it. He wanted to check whether that had to be true. He took a sheet of graph paper and 2 kinds of coin and scattered them at random. Then he gave every coin one rule, and the rule is mild. A coin is fine where it is unless fewer than about 1/3 of the coins around it are the same kind as itself. Under 1/3, it moves to the nearest open square. That's the whole rule. No coin wants to be surrounded by its own kind. No coin minds living next to the other kind. Every one of them will sit happily in a clear minority. It's about the weakest thing you can write down and still call it a preference. Then you run it. Move the unhappy coins, check again. Move again, keep going until nobody wants to move. What comes out is a board that's almost completely separated. Not a little clumpy, separated in big solid blocks, way past anything any coin asked for. First time I worked through it, I assumed I'd read the rule wrong, so I did it again with pennies on a table, which I'd recommend, because reading about it and watching it happen under your own hands aren't the same experience. The board splits itself. Nobody wanted that. Nobody could have wanted it, because wanting it got ruled out by the rule. And you can't look at the finished board and read anybody's intentions off it, because the intentions aren't in there. What you're looking at is arithmetic, a lot of small preferences bumping into each other. It isn't a fact about anybody's heart. This gets used badly, so here's what it does and doesn't show. Schelling's board is a demonstration. It isn't evidence. It doesn't tell you why any real neighborhood in any real city looks the way it does. And in this country, the honest answer to that involves a lot of deliberate policy. Lending rules, covenants, law. That was intent. It's documented, and coins on graph paper don't explain it away. Schelling proves one narrow thing. He proves that an outcome which looks coordinated isn't by itself evidence that anybody coordinated. That's the sentence I've been carrying since. It cuts both ways, and it needs to keep cutting both ways for the rest of this book. It means there doesn't have to be a room where people arrange things. It also means the absence of that room proves nothing either way. Anybody telling you this has to be a conspiracy, and anybody telling you it has to be nothing, are making the same mistake pointed in opposite directions. Which brings me to the best case against everything so far. Better to make it here than have somebody make it later. There's a simpler explanation for that gas station, and it goes like this. Over about 15 years, 3 things got very cheap at roughly the same time. Sensors, storage, computing. When an input gets cheap, everybody who can use it uses it, because the ones who don't get beaten by the ones who do. Companies copy what works. What works, in a business where attention gets sold, is knowing something about the person in front of you. So thousands of unconnected companies independently landed on similar designs. For the same reason, thousands of unconnected companies independently landed on the shopping cart and the loyalty card. There's no structure. There's a price drop and a lot of copying. That's mostly right, and it's worth saying plainly rather than setting it up as a weak opponent and knocking it over. Most of what happened at that pump is competition and cheap parts. There's no board meeting. There's nothing to expose. The disagreement is narrower than it probably looked. The business explanation and this one aren't rivals. The business explanation describes the cause. This one describes the result. 10,000 companies each solving their own problem the same way with the same parts. At the same time, don't produce 10,000 separate situations for the person standing in the middle of it. They produce one, and the person in the middle doesn't experience it as 10,000 independent business decisions because he can't. He experiences it as the way things are now. A cause can be completely innocent and the result can still be worth naming. That's not a paradox. That's most of history. One more thing before going further, and it happens in every chapter of this book. An idea that can't lose isn't an idea. It's a mood. And what's been laid out so far has that shape. A system that predicts what proves it. A system that predicts badly and gets used anyway proves it. Somebody who pushes back is the exception that proves it. Somebody who doesn't is asleep. Books built like that are satisfying and worthless, and the reason they're worthless is that nothing in the world could have changed the author's mind. So here's what would change mine. If people go back when you hand them the friction, this gets tested constantly. Chronological feeds have been reoffered. Consent screens got made mandatory across an entire continent. Screen time controls ship on every phone sold. If a lot of people take those options and stay with them, then this is inertia and not structure. And inertia is a much smaller claim. If recommendation only ever finds what was already there, that these systems can spot a preference you already have is well established and not that interesting. That they can build one is the load-bearing claim in the middle of this book, and it's a lot harder to show than people on this side of it usually admit. If it can't be shown, the argument shrinks, and this book will say so. If skill doesn't wear off where the job gets handed over. There are long records on this in flying, in medicine, in navigation, and they don't all point the same way. If people who hand off a skill turn out to keep it, then a lot of what follows is wrong. all 3 get checked, and the last chapter reports what the checking said, including the parts that went the other way. If that sounds like a strange promise to make this early in a book, it's because books like this almost never make it, and that might be the whole problem with them. And I should say where this came out, because you're about to read a lot of pages and you should know what they added up to before spending the time. It didn't start here. It started at a gas pump wondering why a screen turned itself on, and the ordinary explanation came first. And it was true, and it didn't cover everything. So things went next to other things, what I could remember against what the record said, what towns thought they had bought, against what their own audit logs showed, what the people building this say in public against what they do on Monday. Different sources, different years, no relation to one another. They agree. That's the part that couldn't be got around. The smaller explanations went first because one of them working would have been a much easier life, and each of them covers a piece and none of them covers the shape. What it came out to is that it already happened, that these are entries in one ledger rather than separate industries, and that the organizations running them do considerably more than they say. None of that gets argued here. The same entries are coming in the order they arrived, including the ones that went the other way, and you can do your own arithmetic. 2 more things and then I'll stop. I turn the navigation on to drive around the town I grew up in. I know the way. I've known the way since I was 15. I stopped pretending it's about traffic. What I've noticed is that I don't build a place in my head anymore the way I used to, and that I can drive somewhere twice a week for a year and not be able to tell you how to get there. Once, following a direction, I took a turn I knew was wrong because the screen said 2, and I was 3 blocks along before I fixed it. I didn't stop using it after that. This isn't written from outside anything. And a while back I went through a stretch of sleeping badly. The kind where you end up reading on your phone at 3 in the morning, most nights without really deciding to. It went on a couple of weeks. Somewhere in there, the feed started handing me a particular kind of thing. People describing the moment they walked away from. Something that was fine, that was working, that they had no good reason to leave. I hadn't said anything like that to anybody. I hadn't said it to myself in words, which is the part that stayed with me. At the time I told myself the phone was listening. That explanation was comfortable, and it's worth admitting how comfortable. A microphone is a part. It has a switch. If the phone is listening, then the problem is a piece of hardware, and there's something to do about it, and I'd have done it, and I'd have felt better. Nothing was listening. Something noticed. I'd been reading at a certain hour, in a certain way, stopping on certain things half a second longer than the rest, and that was enough. I'd been telling it something for 2 weeks in the only language it reads, and it answered before I'd finished working out what I meant. There's nothing here to switch off. There's no room where it gets decided, no company to quit, no one machine to unplug, nobody to call. The whole thing holds together because there's nothing, which is also why you can look right at it and see nothing at all. I looked up the road on the way out of town because I'd never once wondered about the name. It's called that because it was one. In 1848, the state chartered a company to build a plank road, which meant exactly what it sounds like. White oak boards laid across rails because the dirt road turned to mud every spring, and a loaded wagon couldn't get through it. They finished in 1853, 58 miles downtown Milwaukee out to Watertown, straight through Elm Grove on the way. You paid a toll to use it, about a penny a mile, and it cut a round trip to 3 days. It worked. For a couple of years, it was the only all-weather hauling route west out of the city. Then the railroad opened, 1855, 2 years after they finished the road. The trains were faster and cheaper, and the plank road stopped making money, which meant it stopped getting maintained, and by the 1860s, people were calling it dilapidated and dangerous to drive on. Most of its length eventually turned into a federal highway. Some stretches kept the old name, including the one that runs from Wauwatosa west through Elm Grove. The boards didn't go anywhere. That's the part I wasn't expecting. In the early 1980s, a crew tearing up the road for reconstruction, a few miles east of where I was standing, hit wood under the surface. They stopped and called City Hall to ask what they should do. While everybody waited, a woman who lived on that block asked one of the workers if she could have a piece, and he pried a section off with a crowbar. The rest got covered back over or dug up and thrown out, and the job went on. She kept it about 10 years and then gave it to the Historical Society. It's still there, in a cedar box with a glass lid. So it's a road named after a thing that was obsolete in 2 years, that nobody has driven on in a century and a half, that is still physically down there in places, and that everyone in that part of the county says out loud a few times a week without ever thinking about a board. Watertown Plank Road. I've said it my whole life. I'm not going to make more of that than it is. It's an old name on a street, and that's all it has to be. I went back to the Exxon 2 days later on my way to the airport. The camera's still up there under the canopy on its short arm, pointed down at the pumps. From underneath, in the middle of the housing, it's a small black circle, and it doesn't look like it's doing anything. There's a drawer in the workroom in the basement at the house I grew up in where things go when nobody has decided about them yet. We called it the workroom. No work was ever done in it. It was where the house put anything that still had a use in theory. I was looking for a charger, not a specific one. Any charger because I'd left mine somewhere, and the drawer is where chargers live, along with batteries that may or may not be dead. A tape measure, 3 pairs of scissors, and a small pile of keys that don't open anything anybody can name. About halfway back, under a phone book, there was a digital camera, silver, about the size of a deck of cards, with a lens that used to come out when you turned it on. I held it for a second before I placed it, which is its own kind of information. Then I had it. I knew the weight of it in my hand before I knew what it was. The battery was dead. Obviously the battery was dead, and the charger for it, which was in that same drawer, ends in a plug that doesn't fit anything I own or have owned in 10 years, and the wall end of it is fine, and the other end is a shape that used to be everywhere and is now nowhere. I sat on the floor down there with a working cord that connects nothing to nothing. The pictures are still on it. I'd bet almost anything on that. Whatever was on there when it went in the drawer is on there now, because nobody ever plugged it into the computer in the room, which I wrote about earlier, and which is also still true. Here's what I can't square. I have no idea when I stopped using it. Not roughly. Not to the year. I couldn't tell you what season it was, how old I was, or whether it was before or after I had a phone that took pictures. I know I used it constantly and then I didn't, and there is nothing in my memory between those two facts. No last trip. No moment where I thought, this thing is finished. It went into the drawer, and the drawer closed, and that was the whole event. There's a last time you use everything and you almost never know it's happening. That's true of objects, and it's true of more than objects. The last time somebody carries you. The last time you play a game you played every day for 2 years. The last time you write something down on paper because you had to. Nobody announces these. They aren't experienced as endings. They're experienced as an ordinary Tuesday that happens, in retrospect, to have been the last one. I wrote earlier that I remember being bored in cars very clearly and have no memory of when that stopped. That went down at the time as a small, strange thing, and it turns out to be the shape of the whole problem. Those are the two facts: vivid memory of the state, no memory of the change. And if you go looking, you'll find you have dozens of pairs like that, and every one of them is missing the same piece. So why is the middle always gone? The honest answer is not that we weren't paying attention, and it's not that anybody hid anything, and both of those explanations should go quickly because they're flattering in opposite directions. One makes you lazy, the other makes you a victim. The real answer is duller and much harder to argue with, and people worked it out in the 1830s. A German physiologist named Ernst Weber ran a set of experiments that sound almost too simple to matter. He'd put a weight in somebody's hand and then add to it, and ask when they noticed. Not when they could see it was heavier, when they could feel it. What he found is that the answer isn't a fixed amount, it's a proportion. If you're holding something light, a small addition registers. If you're holding something heavy, that same addition registers as nothing at all, and you need a proportionally bigger one before anything happens. The system doesn't measure how much changed, it measures how much changed relative to what was already there. That proportion has a name. The just noticeable difference. It's the smallest change that produces any experience at all. And this is the part worth sitting with, because it's stranger than it sounds. Below that line, there isn't a weak signal. There isn't a faint sense that something might be different. There's nothing. Your body's not registering a small change poorly, it isn't registering it. Which means you can take a person from one state to a completely different state as far as you want, and if you do it in steps that each fall under the line, there's no point in the entire process where anything happens to them. Not a quiet moment, not a nagging feeling, no moment. The change is real, it's measurable, somebody with an instrument could chart it, and the person it's happening to has no access to it whatsoever. This was worked out on hands and weights nearly 200 years ago. It's about as settled as anything in this book is going to get. Now the other half, because the first half only covers slow things. In 1998, two psychologists named Daniel Simons and Daniel Levin ran an experiment on the Cornell campus that I think about constantly. A man stands on the sidewalk holding a map and stops somebody to ask for directions. 10 or 15 seconds into the conversation, two other men come through carrying a large door, rudely, straight between them. For about a second, the view is blocked. When the door goes past, there's a different man standing there holding the map, picking up the same conversation, different clothes, different voice, a couple of inches shorter. About half the people kept giving directions, not half of some distracted sample. Half of the people who were mid-conversation with somebody, making eye contact, actively doing them a favor. The person they were talking to was swapped out, and they went on talking. There's a detail about why they ran it that matters more than the result. This effect had already been found with photographs and film, and there was a reasonable objection to all of it, which is that a screen is passive. Of course you miss a change in a picture. In real life, engaged with an actual human being, you'd catch it immediately. The door was built to test that objection. It was a live conversation with a real stranger on a real sidewalk, and it made no difference at all. But the result isn't the part that gets me. There's a second finding attached to this work, and it's the more important one. When you describe these setups to people and ask whether they'd notice, they say yes, confidently. They predict they'd catch changes that almost nobody catches. And in the door study itself, some of the people who plainly had not noticed said afterward, when asked directly, that they had. So it isn't just that you miss it, it's that you're sure you wouldn't have. The gap between how much you actually take in and how much you believe you take in is not small, and it doesn't close when you learn about it. And it isn't closing for me while I write this. I've now read a fair amount about this, and I'd still bet on myself to spot the guy with the door. That belief has no evidence behind it. I just have it. And there's one more piece, which is the worst of the three, because it explains why you can't fix this by paying more attention. In 1995, a fisheries scientist named Daniel Pauly published something about 1 page long on the back of a biology journal. The idea in it has outgrown the field it came from. He'd noticed that each generation of fisheries scientists took the stock sizes they found at the start of their own careers as the normal amount of fish, and measured decline from there. So a scientist starting in 1980 was measuring against 1980. A scientist starting in 1955 was measuring against 1955. Both of them were doing careful, honest work. Both were producing accurate numbers, and the baseline had moved so far between them that the second one was calling healthy what the first one would have called a catastrophe. Nobody lied, nobody was careless, everybody measured correctly from a starting line that had moved. Put that next to the weights in Weber's hand, and you get the actual mechanism. It isn't only that small changes fall below the line, it's that the line itself travels. Every reading gets compared to the last reading. Never to the first one. There's no moment at which the comparison you'd need is even available to you, because the version of you that could have made it doesn't exist anymore. He got updated. That's the thing I couldn't do. Standing in the workroom with the camera, I wasn't failing to remember. There was nothing filed. There's a version of this chapter that turns into a very satisfying excuse, so here's the argument against it. People notice gradual change constantly. That's the first problem. You notice your knees. You notice what a cart of groceries costs now. You notice the kid you hadn't seen in 2 years. Slow change is not universally invisible, and implying it was would be a lie. And where we know we're bad at it, we build instruments. That's most of what an instrument is. A scale, a thermometer, a ledger, a tide gauge. Somebody worked out a long time ago that a person is a poor judge of slow change and made a thing that holds still. So the honest version of the claim is narrower. We don't perceive gradients. We can measure them. Those are different abilities, and only one of them is automatic. Second problem, and it's bigger. All of this rests on memory, and memory reconstructs. Saying I can't remember when I stopped using the camera is using an absence in my head as evidence about the world. But nobody remembers when it changed is also exactly what you'd expect if not much had changed, and I'd simply forgotten the details. The way people forget most details. Third problem, and this one is aimed straight at me. People systematically report the past is better, and the change is sharper than the record supports. Every generation does it. There's a whole literature on it. And here I am, a person telling you the world changed underneath us while nobody looked, which is the single most common thing anybody has ever said about their own lifetime. There's no clean answer to that. What there is instead is a rule, which is that when this book makes a claim about how things used to, B, it goes and checks it against a record instead of against a feeling, and when the record disagrees, it says so in the text, rather than quietly picking the version that helps. That's the whole of the defense, and it isn't much. And one more, better said here than by somebody else later. The Door study is about a visual scene over a couple of seconds. Stretching it across 20 years of ordinary life is an analogy. It's a good one, and it points at something true, but it is not a finding, and it isn't going to be dressed up as one. The Weber result carries real weight here. The Door is an illustration. Which brings me to the frog, because everybody uses the frog for this, and the frog is wrong. You know the story. Drop a frog in boiling water and it jumps straight out. Put it in cold water and heat it slowly, and it sits there, comfortable, adjusting until it's dead. It's the standard picture of exactly what's been described here, and people reach for it in about 90 seconds, in any conversation about creeping change. It isn't true. There were 19th century experiments that seemed to support it, some of them on frogs that had parts of their brains removed, which should probably have been a clue. Modern biologists say the opposite. Heat the water about a degree a minute, and the frog gets more and more active trying to get out. And if the pot lets it leave, it leaves. In 1995, a magazine got tired of hearing the line and actually ran the test. The frog was out in about 4 seconds. I could stop there. It's just a fun correction, but the reason the metaphor fails is worth more than the metaphor. The frog notices. That's the finding. The frog has one baseline, the one it was born with, and it doesn't move. So when the water crosses it, the frog knows, and the frog goes. We're the ones who stay. And the reason we stay is precisely the thing the frog doesn't have. We update. We're better learners than the frog, and that's the problem. Every reading gets compared to the last reading, and the last reading gets compared to the one before it, and the whole line drifts along with the water. There's no moment where anything crosses anything, because the thing it would have to cross came along for the trip. So the metaphor isn't just false, it's backwards. It flatters us. It says we're simple creatures who fail to notice, when in fact we're sophisticated creatures who notice constantly and adjust, and the adjusting is what does it. A frog would have been out of the water by 2014. There's a version of this chapter that ends in helplessness, and that isn't where it goes. Noticing is the wrong tool. Not that you should notice harder. Noticing is a difference detector, and it's a good one, and it's simply not built for this job, in the same way your ear is a very good instrument that cannot tell you the temperature. Waiting to feel a threshold is waiting for a sense you do not have. What works instead is dull and unglamorous and involves writing things down. A record doesn't update. That's its entire virtue. A photograph, a note with a date on it, a screenshot, a number you wrote in a book, an old letter, a receipt. These things are stupid in the way the chronological feed was stupid, and being stupid is the whole point because it means they hold still while you drift. But this is also why I keep the notebook. Not because anything in it is wise, because it's dated, and I'm not. I never did find a charger. I put the camera back in the drawer under the phone book, and I shut the drawer. And it would be nice to report feeling something about that, but the honest version is that I'd already stopped thinking about it by the time I got to the kitchen. The pictures are still on it. Some of them are of people I'd have to think hard to name now. I could get an adapter for $11. I bought the adapter. It was $11 and it came in a padded envelope, and it took 4 days, and I sat there with the camera plugged into a wall and a little amber light on the side of it that I had completely forgotten existed until it came on and I recognized it instantly. There were 300 and some pictures on it. I'm not going to pretend I counted carefully, enough that scrolling took a while and not so many that I couldn't get through them. 2 of them are worth telling you about. The first is the last one. I went straight to the end because after everything about last times, I wanted to see what the last time actually looked like. It's a picture of a driveway, not an event, not people. A driveway taken from about waist height, slightly tilted with the corner of a car in the top left, and most of the frame taken up by wet asphalt. It is not a good photograph, and it is not of anything. I have no idea why I took it. My honest guess is that I was checking whether the camera still worked, which would be the exact right ending for this and is probably too neat to be true. That's it. That's the last one. The camera went in the drawer sometime after a person took a bad picture of a driveway, and neither of us thought anything about it. Chapter 2 was about not being able to find the moment things changed. Here's a case where the moment is on file, time-stamped, sitting in my hand, and it turns out the moment wasn't there either. There was no ending to find. The record kept the day. It couldn't keep an ending, because there wasn't one to keep. The second picture is the one that did something to me, and it's worse. It's the inside of a room I spent a lot of time in, and I was wrong about it. Not wrong about whether I'd been there. Wrong about the room. The bed is against the wrong wall. In my head, it sits under the window, and it has sat under the window every single time I've thought about that room. And in the photograph, it's along the far side, nowhere near it. I would have told you under oath where that bed was. And here's the part that unsettled me and hasn't stopped. Looking at the photograph did not correct my memory. I looked at it, I accepted that it was true, I understood that the room in my head is wrong, and the room in my head did not change. It's still there, it's still wrong. I can call it up right now and it comes back exactly as it was, bed under the window, and I can hold the correct version next to it like 2 separate objects, and the wrong one feels more like the room than the right one does. I know which is accurate. I can't make it be the one I remember. I'd assumed for most of my life that remembering was a kind of retrieval, that there's a thing filed somewhere and you go get it. And sometimes the filing is poor and you can't find it. And that's forgetting. That isn't what it is. Memory isn't storage and playback. It's reconstruction. When you remember something, you are building it, now out of fragments and general knowledge and expectation, and the finished thing arrives feeling like a recording because there's nothing in the experience to tell you otherwise. Frederick Bartlett was showing this in the 1930s with people retelling a story they'd read, watching them smooth it, shorten it, and quietly change details toward what made sense to them, all while being certain they were repeating it faithfully. Which means every time you remember something, you have an opportunity to alter it, and you take that opportunity, and the altered one is what gets put back. A memory you've revisited 1,000 times is not the best preserved one. It's the most edited one. My room has been rebuilt hundreds of times. Somewhere in there, the bed moved, and I was never informed. There's a study about this that everyone should know and almost nobody does, and it's the closest thing this book has to a companion piece for the door and the map. On the morning of January 28th, 1986, the space shuttle Challenger broke apart on live television. The next day, a psychologist named Ulrich Neisser handed out a questionnaire to 106 students in an introductory psychology class and asked them to write down how they'd heard about it. Where were you? What time? Who told you? What were you doing? 2.5 years later, he found 44 of them and asked again. The average accuracy score was under 3 out of 7. A quarter of the answers matched nothing, and the number that stops me every time is that the average confidence rating was over 4 out of 5. They were sure. Only about a quarter of them even remembered filling out the first questionnaire. The Neisser did the thing that makes this study different from a statistic. He showed them their own answers, in their own handwriting, from the morning after, and people looked at a page they had written themselves describing an event they were certain they remembered and could not account for it. The handwriting was theirs. The memory was not. Some of them did not switch back. Shown the document, they kept the version they'd arrived with. There's a term for the kind of memory this was supposed to be, which is a flashbulb memory. The idea was that a shocking public event burns itself in, complete and permanent, the way a flash freezes a room. It turns out that isn't what happens. A later study followed students' memories of September 11th alongside their memories of an ordinary event from the same week, and checked back at 1 week, 6 weeks, and 32 weeks. Both decayed. They decayed at about the same rate. The difference wasn't the accuracy. The difference was that for the ordinary memory, people's sense of how vivid and reliable it was dropped along with the accuracy, and for the big event, it didn't. Confidence stayed up while the memory came apart underneath it. So flashbulb memories aren't special in how accurate they are. They're special in how accurate they feel. That's the second time in 2 chapters. In chapter 2, the finding wasn't that people missed the swap, it was that they're certain they wouldn't. Here, the finding isn't that memory degrades, it's that the sense of reliability doesn't degrade with it. Both times, the dangerous part isn't the failure, it's that the failure comes with no signal attached. We have no instrument for our own accuracy. What we have instead is a feeling of vividness, and the feeling tracks how much the thing mattered, rather than how right we are about it. Now the other half, which I had wrong for years, because forgetting was going down as a defect. We've known how fast it goes since 1885, when Hermann Ebbinghaus ran the experiments on himself. He memorized long lists of meaningless syllables, specifically so nothing could mean anything or connect to anything, and then tested how much survived after an hour, a day, a week. The result is a curve that drops off a cliff early and then flattens. Most of what goes fast. Somebody repeated the whole thing carefully in 2015 and got a curve that looks like his. So the loss is enormous and it's lawful. It happens on a schedule. And a system that lost that much information, that reliably, that quickly, would have been selected against a very long time ago if the losing weren't doing something. What it's doing, as far as anyone can tell, is generalizing. A memory system that kept everything would have to treat every experience as its own separate object. Nothing would ever be a category. You could not learn what a Tuesday is, or what a friend is like, or what tends to happen when you do a particular thing, because you'd have 10,000 fully detailed, individual events and no way to compress them into a shape. Dropping the detail is how the shape appears. Forgetting isn't the tax you pay on remembering. It's a large part of the mechanism. The current work on this treats the fading of memory as an active process rather than a leak. Something in there is doing the removing on purpose, and it appears to make you better at deciding things in a world that keeps changing, because a system weighed down by every specific past instance is a system that can't update. So my room isn't a broken file. My room is a summary. The bed is in the wrong place because I don't have a room. I have an idea of a room, and the idea is more useful to me than the room ever was, and it costs me the bed. None of this is new, and offloading memory is one of the oldest things people do. We've always kept it in other people. Somebody in every group is the one who remembers the story, or the recipe, or how the fight actually started, and everybody else just remembers who to ask. Psychologists call that a transactive memory system, and it's not a metaphor, it's how couples and crews and families actually operate. You don't hold the information, you hold a pointer to the person who holds it, and we've been putting it in objects for thousands of years. Marks on a stick, ledgers, letters, photographs. Every one of those was somebody deciding not to carry something in their head anymore, which is where the rule from the last chapter gets used for the first time. There's a famous study from 2011 that everybody writing about this reaches for. It's called Google Effects on Memory, and it's been cited into the thousands. 4 experiments. The headline is that when people expect to be able to look something up later, they remember. Less of the thing and more of where to find it, and that being asked a hard question makes the idea of a search engine pop into your head automatically. That second part failed to replicate. Twice. A large project that ran a batch of well-known social science experiments could not reproduce it, and a separate replication published a couple of years after that reached the same place and said there was no conclusive evidence for it. The first part, the bit about remembering where instead of what, has held up better in squares with a lot of other work on offloading. The famous version would have been easy to use quietly. It's the single most convenient study in this entire book, and almost nobody checks. But a chapter about memories that feel more solid than they are can't be built on a finding that feels more solid than it is. What survives is smaller and still worth having. People do shift toward remembering the root to a thing rather than the thing. That is not new. It's what transactive memory always was, and the honest open question is whether a partner who is Always available, never busy, never forgets, and has no interests of their own, changes the arrangement in a way another person doesn't. Nobody knows yet, and you should be suspicious of anyone who tells you otherwise with a graph. Here's the difference that actually matters, and it isn't that machines remember more than we do. It's that they remember differently, and the difference is exactly the thing the last few pages have been about. My memory reconstructs, so it changes. It decays on a curve, so it loses detail. It generalizes, so it turns 1,000 rooms into an idea of a room. It's lossy on purpose, and the loss is what makes it useful. A record does none of that. It doesn't rebuild, so it can't drift. It doesn't fade, so nothing gets dropped. It doesn't generalize, because it has no reason to. It accumulates. That's the entire behavior. And accumulation is precisely the input. The whole chain in Chapter 1 runs on, a record of what happened last time. The reason these things can guess is that they don't do the thing my head does with the room. They don't summarize into a shape and lose the bed. They keep the bed, and the wall it was against, and the time of day, and how long you stood there. So the two systems aren't the same system at different sizes. They're opposites, working on the same material. One survives by discarding, the other works by never discarding. Putting them next to each other and calling both of them memory has probably cost us something in clarity, and I've done it twice already myself. And now the obvious thing against all of it, because everything above, is an argument in favor of the record. The archive is why I know my room is wrong. Without the camera, I'd have gone on with that bed under that window for the rest of my life, cheerfully certain every complaint anyone could make. About permanent memory has to get past the fact that this chapter only exists because something refused to forget. There's a version of me that finds the photograph and takes the lesson to be that human memory is garbage, and the machine is right. That's the wrong lesson, and it's an easy one. The photograph is right about the room. It is not right about what the room was for. It has no idea which of the 300 pictures matter, and it isn't in a position to develop an opinion. The reason my memory kept a shape and lost the bed is that a person was deciding, without being asked and without noticing, what any of it was for. That is not a worse system. It's a different job. The record answers what? It has never once answered why it kept anything, because it didn't keep anything. It failed to delete. I went back through the 300 pictures a second time, slower. There are people in them I would have to work to name, and I said that at the end of the last chapter before I'd seen a single one of these, which is either a good guess or the kind of thing a person says because it sounds right. It turned out to be true. There are 4 or 5 faces I know completely and cannot name. What surprised me is that I don't mind. I sat with it and waited to feel something about the forgetting, and what came instead was closer to recognition. I know what those years were. I know what that group was like and how it felt to be in it and what ended it. I have the shape. The shape is not in any of the photographs, and it survived when the names didn't, and I think that trade was made on purpose by something that knows more about what I need than I do. The camera has the names. It has them in the timestamps and the file numbers and in the corner of 100 frames. It has kept every one of them perfectly, and it does not know that any of them were friends. I put it back in the drawer. I left the adapter in there with it this time, which I'd like to say was a decision. The second time I looked up that road, it wasn't for the planks. There's a map that volunteers keep. It shows where the license plate cameras are, the small ones on poles, and it's built the way those things get built, by people driving around and marking them and arguing in the comments about whether a particular pole counts. Right now it has something like 119,000 of them on it in this country. About 83% of those are companies. I found the road, then I found a few more near it, which took about 6 minutes, and then I sat there for a while. I'd like to report that I felt watched. I didn't. What I felt was closer to what you feel, finding out your house was built on a filled-in creek. Nothing about the house changes. You just know a thing about it now. Here's what one of those cameras actually does, because I had it wrong and I think most people have it wrong. It isn't filming you. There's no footage of your face, no audio, nobody in a room somewhere watching a bank of screens. It's pointed at the road, and it's looking for the back of a car. When one goes past, it reads the plate, notes the make and the color, and roughly what kind of vehicle it is, records the time and the location, keeps a still image, and writes all of that down as a line in a table. That's the whole product. It isn't surveillance in the sense I grew up imagining. It's data entry, and a line in a table is worth far more than footage. Footage has to be watched by somebody. A line can be searched by anybody with a login in a second, alongside every other line, going back as far as the table goes. The largest company doing this says it's in more than 6,000 communities across 49 states, and that its cameras scan something on the order of 20 billion vehicles a month in this country. 20 billion a month is not a surveillance program. There aren't 20 billion suspicious cars. Almost all of that is people going to work and picking somebody up and driving to the store, and none of it is of interest to anyone, and all of it gets written down anyway, because writing it down is cheaper than deciding what to write down. It has stopped being cheaper to be selective. That's the sentence. The other thing that surprised me is who buys them. I'd assumed federal, or at least a city. A lot of it is neither. The company sells to police departments, and it also sells to homeowner associations and neighborhood groups, and private property owners, which means a fair number of these went up because a few dozen people on a street decided they wanted them and had the money. And in a lot of towns, the decision happened at a council meeting with a purchase order attached to it, and residents found out afterward. And there was no vote in any sense that a person would recognize as one. It was all in the minutes. That gets offered as though it settles something, and it settles nothing, because the minutes are not where anybody looks. A purchase is not a debate, and by the time there is a debate, the polls are already up. Everybody reaches for the panopticon here, and it doesn't fit, and using it has made people worse at seeing what's actually in front of them. It's a prison design from the end of the 1700s, a ring of cells around a central tower, arranged so that any inmate might be being watched at any moment, and none of them can ever tell. The point was never that somebody watches all of them. The point is that they can't rule it out, so they behave as though somebody might be, and eventually they do the watching themselves. A French philosopher made it famous 2 centuries later as a way of describing how institutions get inside people's heads. It's a great idea, and it has almost nothing to do with a pole on Watertown Plank Road. The panopticon runs on your mind. It needs you to know it's there. Its whole mechanism is a belief installed in a person, and if the inmate stops believing, the machine stops working. The camera on the pole needs nothing from you at all. It does not care whether you know about it. I did not know about those cameras for years, and they worked exactly as well during those years as they do now that I've seen them on a map. There's no version of me, however calm or however paranoid, that changes what gets written in the table. It needs my car to pass a pole. That's the entire requirement. So the old metaphor describes a state of mind, and this is a database. And if you fight a database with the tools you'd use against a state of mind, you will lose without ever finding out why. The mind part is real, though. In 2013, there were large public revelations about government surveillance of internet traffic, and a researcher named Jonathan Penny went and looked at Wikipedia traffic to articles on terrorism and related subjects before and after. Views dropped about 20%, and it wasn't a spike that settled back down. The trend itself changed. People adjusted in the most quietly awful way available, by looking up less. Nobody was arrested for reading an encyclopedia. Nobody thought they would be. So being watched does change behavior. The plate reader simply isn't relying on it. The chilling effect is a bonus. The product works fine on people who feel completely free. Last chapter ended on the difference between a memory and a record, which is that a record doesn't forget. On this one point, the people building these things are ahead of that argument. The default is that the plate reads get deleted after 30 days. Not archived. Deleted on a rolling basis, automatically. And when the company gets asked why 30, it gives an answer with reasoning in it, which is that they looked at how long it typically takes to clear serious cases and picked a window that covers most of them. You can disagree with the number. It isn't arbitrary, and it isn't a dodge. That was going to be a paragraph giving them credit. Then I read the audits. In May of 2025, reporters found that police departments around the country had been running searches in the system on behalf of federal immigration enforcement, roughly 4,000 of them. The only reason anybody knows is that the software makes you type a reason before it will run a search, and the officers typed the reason. They wrote ICE. They wrote immigration. They filled in the box honestly, because there was no thought in anyone's head that the box would ever be read by a person outside the building. In the same reporting, an officer in Texas searched cameras nationwide looking for a woman who had ended her own pregnancy. I want to stay on that one rather than move past it, because it is easy to file as a data point, and it was not one. A woman made a decision about her own body and her own health. Somebody in law enforcement in another part of the country decided that was worth finding her over, sat down at a computer, and searched roughly 6,800 networks and more than 83,000 cameras for the back of her car, on roads paid for by people who would have been appalled, in states where using the data that way is against the law. He typed the reason into the box first because the software requires it, and the reason he typed is on a line in a log that a reporter later read. In August, a state audit in Illinois found the company had let a federal border agency into Illinois cameras through a pilot program nobody had disclosed. 47 agencies had to be cut off. The company's position was that its own leadership had not known the pilot existed. In February of 2026, Mountain View, California discovered that more than 250 agencies it had never approved had run something like 600,000 searches against its cameras in a single year, and that the national lookup switch had been turned on for at least one camera without the city being told. The council voted to end the contract that night, unanimously. In Evanston, they canceled and told the company to take the cameras down. Some came down, others were put back up without permission and kept running, and the city had to send a cease and desist to get its own streets back. And internal documents obtained by reporters describe a product built to join the plate data to commercial people search services, so that an officer can go from a plate to a person, drawing on around 20 different sources. So the 30-day deletion is true, and it is also the least important true thing about this. 30 days is plenty. It was never the retention that mattered. It's who is inside the 30 days with you, and the answer turned out to be a great many people that nobody in your town had ever heard of, running searches your town never approved, for reasons your state legislature had specifically outlawed. Plenty of people read that and concluded that a company decided to help hunt down a woman in Texas. They have one detail wrong and everything else right, and the detail they have wrong is the only comfort available in the whole story, and it is not much of one. Nobody in that building woke up and chose her. They built a national lookup because agencies wanted one and it sold well. Somebody in another state typed a plate and a reason into a box. The system did precisely what it was built to do at a cost of about nothing in about a second, which means there was no meeting to expose, no order to leak, nobody to fire. If it had been a decision, it could have been reversed by a different decision. It wasn't one. There was no decision to find. That's the finding. And every one of these surfaced through an audit log, a records request, or a reporter. Not one surfaced because somebody in the chain looked at what they were doing and stopped. The searches were logged the whole time. The logs were sitting there. Nobody had a reason to open them, and nobody had a job that included opening them, and so for 2 years they were simply a file that existed. The federal agencies in that story are not a surprise, and I had not read the record properly before this book made me. In June of 2023, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence declassified a report confirming that American intelligence agencies buy enormous quantities of commercially collected information about Americans, location data from phones and from cars, web browsing, the kind of thing that comes off a device and gets sold by brokers to anybody with a budget. 2 findings in it matter more than the headline. The agencies did not know how much they had bought, what kinds, or what they were doing with it. Not that they would not say, that they did not know. And on the law, the Supreme Court held in 2018 that getting persistent location information about a person requires a warrant, and the report found the intelligence community had no shared position on whether that applied to buying the same data, and read it narrowly enough to keep buying. The report concedes that unfettered access to this material gives the government power that may exceed constitutional traditions, and then says the community cannot willingly blind itself to it. That is not a leak. That is the government describing itself in a document it wrote for itself, which became public only because a senator kept asking. Then it stops being abstract. In September of 2023, the Inspector General at the Department of Homeland Security found that Customs, and Border Protection, Immigration, and Customs Enforcement, and the Secret Service had all violated federal law through the warrantless purchase and use of location data. Employees were sharing accounts and passwords to the phone tracking databases. In at least one case, a department employee used the data to track their coworkers, and supervisors had comprehensively failed to request or review the audit logs that would have shown patterns of misuse. Read that last one again, because it is the hinge. Everything in this chapter came out through audit logs. The logs are the reason anybody knows anything at all. And at 3 federal agencies, over years, nobody in a supervisory position opened them. ICE ended its location data purchasing in 2023, after that report and after Congress applied pressure. That is oversight working, on paper, exactly as designed. In March of 2026, 2 senators wrote to the same inspector general asking for a second investigation because public contracting documents showed ICE had resumed buying Americans' location data from a broker that may itself be breaking federal law. 3 years. Investigated, found unlawful, stopped, resumed. None of this is new either. The FBI ran a program against American civil rights groups and anti-war organizers for 15 years. And nobody in government found it, and it came out because 8 people broke into a field office with a crowbar on the night of a boxing match. 20 years ago, the Pentagon built a system to mine everything. The public hated it. Congress defunded it, and the component projects moved into the intelligence community under other names on budgets nobody was going to read. Both of those are worth more room than I can give them here, and they get it later. Now the part owed from Chapter 1, because that promise gets kept here, or it was never worth making. The first thing that would weaken all of this was people going, back when you hand them the friction. Here's what actually happened, and it goes the other way. Since the start of 2025, something like 30 towns and cities have switched their cameras off or let the contracts lapse, and the count has kept climbing. One town ended it over the wording of a clause about who the data could be handed to. One city pulled its data out of the national and statewide networks and cut its own retention in half. In one of the largest police departments in the country, the agreement was allowed to expire. A state attorney general took a city to court. A legislature is arguing about a 72-hour limit. 2 members of Congress opened a formal investigation. People organized, showed up, made a noise, and in a real number of places the thing came out. That counts. It's evidence against the strong version of all this, which is that these defaults arrive and set, and that's the end of it. They don't always set. Sometimes they come out. So here's what survives, and it's smaller than what I started with. Every single one of those reversals happened after the cameras were already up. In not one of those towns did the argument happen first. The sequence was always purchase, install, discover, organize, argue, and then sometimes remove. Nobody had the debate in advance because there was nothing to debate in advance. There was a line item, and look at what the 2 directions cost. Putting them in took a contract and an afternoon. Taking them out took a campaign, months of meetings, a volunteer with a map, sometimes a lawsuit, sometimes a bill in a state legislature. The same outcome, reached in both directions at wildly different prices. That asymmetry is what the evidence supports, and it's a better claim than the one it replaced. Not that defaults are permanent, that the cost of installing one and the cost of removing one are not remotely the same, and a system where the easy direction is always toward more will end up at more, even if every individual step is reversible and every individual person is free. But there are 2 questions here, and I've been running them together, which is how a person ends up writing something that sounds like a defense. Who built the pool and who drains it? The first one really is the coins. 6,000 towns, cheap sensors, insurance discounts, a few dozen people on a street who wanted a camera and had the money. Nobody arranged it, and nobody had to. The second is nothing like the coins. There is no emergence in an officer typing a plate and a reason into a box. There is no emergence. In a federal agency getting into one state's cameras through a pilot nobody disclosed, or in 3 agencies buying location data, unlawfully, being caught, stopping, and starting again inside 3 years. Those are decisions. People made them, on purpose, knowing what they were for, and in several cases knowing they were not allowed. Emergence built the pool, intent drains it, and the 70-year record on the second half is not ambiguous, and the most recent entry in it is from this year. Which is why the people who are angry about the cameras are right, and I want to be exact about the one place I think they are wrong, because being wrong about it makes this worse rather than better. They are wrong that somebody arranged for the cameras to be there. Nobody did, and that is not the good news it sounds like, because a thing that was arranged can be unarranged. There is a person to remove, an order to revoke, a decision to reverse. That is what makes a conspiracy, in the ordinary sense, a manageable problem. This is not one. Nobody has to be persuaded to stop, because nobody started. There is nothing to expose, and therefore nothing that a single exposure would end. There's one more thing in here that I did not expect to find and have not been able to put down since. When a town makes the argument for buying them out loud, at a meeting, on the record, it always comes down to the same shape. If we say no, we do not stop this. We stop us. The cameras go up in the next town over regardless. The pool exists either way. Our neighbors will be in it, and we will not. And the only thing we will have achieved is being the one place where a stolen car does not get found. And the thing about that argument is that it is correct. That's what makes it so hard to answer. It isn't a rationalization, and it isn't cowardice. A single council genuinely cannot stop a national pool by abstaining from it. Every one of them is reasoning properly, and the outcome nobody voted for arrives anyway, assembled entirely out of correct decisions. I have heard that sentence since, almost word for word, from people sitting in very much larger chairs, about something very much larger than a camera. If I stop, I do not stop it. I stop me, and whoever does not stop will be less careful than I would have been. Same sentence, same logic, same correctness. 6,000 town. Councils and about 4 companies, and the shape does not change, but the scale. I have spent this whole chapter explaining how it works, and I have not once said what it costs, so let me stop describing and say it. There is a permanent, searchable account of where your car has been. You did not agree to it, you were not asked, and there is no version of your life in which you get to be outside it, because opting out means not driving. It is not a service. Nothing was offered to you. Movement is close to the most revealing category of information there is. Where a car sits overnight, and where it goes on a Sunday morning, and which building it is parked outside on a Tuesday afternoon will tell a stranger your religion, your politics, your health, who you are sleeping with, whether you are in a program, and who you are afraid of. Senators have written that sentence to inspectors general. Nobody disputes it. And here's the asymmetry, which I think is the actual injury. They can search you. You cannot search them. Every one of those systems keeps a log of who looked and why. That is how the 4,000 searches were found and how the search for the woman in Texas was found. The logs exist, they are complete, and you have no right to yours. You cannot find out whether your plate has been run, or by whom, or what reason they typed into the box. That is available to a journalist with a records request, a state auditor, or a senator with subpoena power, and only in aggregate, and only years late. So there's a full account of your movements that you are not permitted to read, and a full account of who read it that you are also not permitted to read. Both of those are about you. Neither of them is yours. People say they aren't interesting enough for anybody to bother with, and that would be right if there were a bother. There isn't. Nobody chose you, and nobody is looking, and this is where people usually exhale, and they shouldn't. Being chosen was the old protection. It was expensive to watch somebody, so somebody had to decide you were worth it, and almost nobody ever was. That filter is gone. You were in the pool because being in the pool is cheaper than sorting. The Federal Review found a department employee using this class of data to track their coworkers. That is what the tool does in the hands of an ordinary person having an ordinary bad month. And there is no reason to think that man is unusual, only that his logs were eventually opened. So I'll say the plain thing. This is not acceptable. Not as a matter of taste and not as a preference about privacy. A record of everywhere a person is driven, held by parties they cannot name, searchable by strangers they will never meet, for reasons they are not allowed to see, with no way to leave, is not a thing a free country should have built without asking anybody, and it is not made acceptable by the fact that each individual piece of it was legal and reasonable and cheap. Everything above about emergence explains how it happened. None of it excuses it. A thing that nobody decided is still a thing that exists, and nobody deciding it is a fact about how it got here, not a verdict on whether it should stay. The camera under the canopy at the Exxon is a private one. It belongs to whoever runs the station. It's aimed at the pumps, and it's there because of drive-offs and slip and falls and insurance. It has nothing to do with the ones on the poles, and it never talks to them. I know all that now. I looked it up. I stood out there on my last morning in town and looked straight up at it. For probably longer than a person should stand under a gas station canopy looking at a camera. It's a small black circle. It has no expression, because it isn't a face and was never trying to be one. Whatever it saw of me that evening in March is on a hard drive in a back room behind the coolers, and it will be written over in a few weeks by a Tuesday I'm not there for. I waved at it. I did that, and I felt stupid doing it, and I did it anyway, because some part of me is still looking for the person on the other end. 2 months later, at a desk in another state, I went back to the volunteers map to check a detail. There's a plate reader in that parking lot, not on the road outside. In the lot. There are more of them up and down Watertown Plank Road, which I already knew, and one of them is at the station where I buy gas and used to buy candy. A few dozen feet from the pump I was standing at, pointed at the way in. I haven't been back since I found out, so I'm going on what the map says, and I'll say that plainly rather than pretend I've stood in front of it. I don't know what it looks like. My guess is that it looks like nothing. A gray box on a short pole at the edge of a lot. The kind of thing your eye files under municipal and never opens again. So here's what I actually did that morning. I stood in a parking lot and looked up at the one object in it that was shaped like a camera, and I waved at it, and I felt something about it. And about 30 feet away, at roughly the height of a car, the thing that was actually writing a row about me did not require my attention and did not get it. The witness is the part we lost. There's no one on the other end of that pole. The observation is still there, and it was there that morning, and I was looking the other way. Somewhere in the last 2 years, I became a person who watches videos about the end of the human era, and I can't find where it began. That's not quite the right sentence, and I've rewritten it 4 times. I'd used the tools themselves for years, and being interested in what they could do for me was a normal interest, the kind you'd have in a good drill. What I can't tell you is when that turned into the other thing, the singularity, and what happens to people when intelligence stops being ours to hold. I went and checked, because the last 2 chapters have made me somebody who goes and checks. The history is all there. YouTube carried most of it, with the other feeds keeping pace, one video leading to the next across months, and I can follow the progression the way you can follow a road on a map. What I can't find is the first turn. Every video I look at already assumes the interest it was supposed to have created, and behind it sits another, and behind that another, until the trail stops being a trail. By the time I noticed the interest felt like mine, the way things feel when you've seen them enough. Watching more felt less like a decision than like catching up with something. Nobody did that to me on purpose. That's not the part I'd want you to take. There's an argument I've been having with myself since chapter 1, and it's the one I said at the start could bring this whole book down. Everybody agrees these systems can detect a preference you already have. Nobody thinks that's sinister, and nobody should. You look at Boots, you get shown Boots. That's a shop assistant with a longer memory. The load-bearing claim, the one the middle of this book runs on, is bigger. It's that these systems can produce a preference rather than find one. And that's a much harder thing to demonstrate, because how would you tell? The person ends up with the interest either way. There's no version of me available that was never handed the first video, so there's nothing to compare against. I spent a long time trying to find the study that settles it. There isn't one, and I want to be clear about that rather than dress up something weaker. What I found instead was that the question is built on an assumption, and the assumption is the thing that turned out to be wrong. The assumption is that a preference is a fact about you that exists before the question is asked, that there's a thing in there, settled, waiting, and the only question is whether a system reads it correctly or interferes with it. Detection or manipulation, 2 options. Decision researchers gave that up decades ago. The finding, which has been building since the 1970s and is about as solid as anything in this book, is that for a great many choices, people do not have a preference sitting ready. They construct one on the spot out of whatever is in front of them at the moment of choosing. It has a name, preference construction, it shows up everywhere once you know to look. Change the order of the options and the answer changes. Add a third option. Nobody picks, and it changes which of the first two wins. Ask the same question 2 ways and get 2 answers from the same person inside a minute. None of that is people being stupid. It's people doing the only thing available, which is building a preference out of the materials to hand, because there wasn't one in stock. And that reframes the entire argument. If preferences were stable objects, then a recommendation is either accurate or it isn't, and the worst it can do is be wrong about you. But if a great many preferences get assembled in the moment, out of what is in front of you, then whoever controls what is in front of you at that moment is not persuading anybody. They are supplying the parts. There's no mind changed. There was no mind yet. There was a person about to make one up out of whatever was on the screen. That is a smaller claim than manipulation, and a much harder one to answer, and it is the honest version of what I've been trying to say since the gas station. Now the mechanics, because prediction is a word that sounds mystical, and is not. A prediction here is not a statement about the future. It's an estimate, expressed as a probability, produced by running a history forward 1 step. Given everything recorded about what people like this did in situations like this, what is the likeliest next thing? That's the whole operation. It is closer to actuarial work than to fortune telling, and the people who build it will tell you so. Which means it isn't very impressive at the individual level, and I think this is underappreciated by both sides. These systems are frequently wrong about you. Anybody who has been shown the same product for 6 weeks after buying it knows they are wrong about you. The critics who describe them as knowing you better than you know yourself are doing the companies a favor they have not earned. The power isn't accuracy, it's position. A system does not need to know what you want if it decides what you see. Being right about a person is expensive. Being the thing in front of a person is cheap, and it works on everybody at once. And it works whether or not the guess was good. 11 exposures does not require anybody to have understood me. It only requires that a slot existed and something had to go in it. There's a second thing, and it's the one that makes this a system rather than a service. Every optimization needs an objective. Somebody has to write down what counts as better in a number, or the machine has nothing to climb toward. And the moment you write it down, the number stops being a measurement of the thing and starts being the thing. An economist named Charles Goodhart put this in a sentence in the 1970s about monetary policy, and it has escaped its field entirely, which is usually a sign that something is true. When a measure becomes a target, it stops being a good measure. Watch it work. You want to build something people find valuable. Valuable is not a number. So you pick a stand-in, and the honest stand-ins are things like time spent, or return visits, or whether somebody clicked. Those correlate with value, genuinely, at the start. Then you optimize them for 11 years. At the end of 11 years, you do not have a system that makes things people value. You have a system that is extraordinarily good at producing time spent, and time spent has drifted from the thing it was standing in for, and nobody along the way did anything wrong. Every quarter, the number went up. Every quarter, somebody was rewarded for it. There's no meeting where it was decided to stop caring about the original thing. It's the coins again inside a building this time. And the objective is a choice, which is easy to forget, and there is now evidence about what happens when you make a different one. In 2023, a group of researchers ran a pre-registered experiment with about 6,500 people. They built real recommendation systems and pointed them at 2 different targets. One was tuned to what people actually clicked, the other was tuned to what people said they ideally wanted to be spending time on. The second one got somewhat fewer clicks. It also left people feeling meaningfully better off, and feeling that their time had been well spent. I keep returning to that study because it removes an excuse. The trade is real, the cost of the better version is measurable and small, and it was measured. Nobody has to guess anymore whether an alternative is possible. Somebody built it and wrote down what it did, which means the thing that decides between them is not technology. It's whoever writes the objective and what they get paid on. Here's the part that took me longest, and it is genuinely strange. These systems are built on an assumption borrowed from a different kind of problem, which is that the thing you're learning about holds still. If you're testing which of 2 treatments works better, the patients are not changing their minds about medicine while you test. The underlying distribution is fixed. Nearly all of the mathematics that recommendation runs on comes from problems shaped like that. People are not shaped like that. Show somebody the same thing enough and they get sick of it, which the literature calls satiation. Show somebody a certain kind of thing enough and they develop a taste for it, which is the opposite and is called sensitization. Both are ordinary and both are well documented, and both mean the same thing for the machine. The distribution it is measuring is being altered by the act of measuring it. So the system predicts, and the prediction changes the environment, and the changed environment changes the person, and the person generates new behavior, and the system predicts on that. Nobody chose for it to be a loop. It's a loop because we're not weather. I have to be careful here in a way that most writing on this is not, and I'd rather lose the strong version than keep it. There's a large body of work claiming these systems push people toward extremity, rabbit holes, radicalization pipelines. Some of it is careful, and it does not all agree. Studies using automated accounts with clean histories have produced findings in several directions depending on how the accounts were built and what counted as extreme. It is a live argument among people who do this for a living, and it is nowhere near settled, so I'm not going to lean on it. If the strongest version of my argument requires the radicalization literature to come out one particular way, then my argument is a hostage, and I'd rather it wasn't. What I'll stand on is narrower and better supported. Preferences are frequently constructed rather than retrieved. Construction uses whatever is available. Availability is now decided by systems, optimizing a number that somebody chose, that has drifted from the thing it stood for, and that changes the people it measures. None of that requires anybody to be radicalized. It only requires that a person about to make something up is standing in a room where the furniture has been arranged. I still watch that content, and I want to tell you the honest ending, which is not much of one. It's a real interest now. It rearranged how I look at work and technology, and it became a large part of why this book exists. If you asked me whether I regret any of it, I would say no, without hesitating, and I'd mean it. That's the part I can't get anywhere with. There is no injury. Nothing was taken from me, and I was not tricked, and I ended up caring about something worth caring about. Every account I can give of it comes out fine. And I still cannot tell you whether I chose it. I've decided that's the actual finding, and that it's worse than the version where I got cheated. A person who has been cheated knows there is a thing to be angry about. What I've got is an interest that became this book, and a hole where the deciding was supposed to have happened and no way to check, and no way to have checked at the time, and no reason to have wanted to. In 2003, 2 researchers published a paper in Science about a question that sounds administrative and isn't. Eric Johnson and Daniel Goldstein were looking at organ donation across Europe, and they had noticed something that did not fit. Countries that looked alike in almost every way had donation consent rates that did not look alike at all, not slightly different. Different by a factor of 6 or 7. Austria and Germany are the pair everybody uses, and it is the right pair. Neighbors, same language across much of it. Similar wealth, similar religion, similar histories, similar answers when you survey people about whether organ donation is a good thing. Austrian consent runs above 99%. German consent has historically run around 12 to 15. The difference is one sentence on a form. In Austria, you are a donor unless you say otherwise. In Germany, you are not a donor unless you say otherwise. That's it. That's the entire variable. Nobody in either country is being persuaded of anything, and nobody is being prevented from doing anything, and the outcomes are separated by the width of a continent. They also ran it as an experiment, which is the part that removes the last excuse. Same people, online, randomly assigned. One group had to tick a box to become a donor. One group had to tick a box to stop being one. Everything else identical, 42% versus 82%. Identical people, identical stakes, identical information. The only thing that moved was which answer was already there when they arrived, and it nearly doubled the result. 3 things are happening at once in that box, and they stack. The first is effort, and it is the smallest of the 3 and the one everybody names. Changing a setting costs something. Not much. A second, a click, a small amount of attention that was pointed somewhere else. But the cost is not 0, and the benefit is not immediate. And that is the exact shape of a thing people do not do. The second is that a default reads as advice. Somebody chose this. Somebody who presumably knows more about it than I do, or at least thought about it for longer than the 4 seconds I have. That inference is usually reasonable, and it is almost never checked, and it converts a design decision into a recommendation without anybody making a recommendation. The third is the strangest and the most powerful. Whatever is already selected starts to feel like the thing you have, and giving up a thing you have is not the same as failing to acquire it. The default becomes the possession. Changing it becomes a loss. Nobody handed you anything and you feel like you would be giving something up. None of that requires you to be careless. All 3 would fire on somebody paying full attention, and 2 of the 3 are correct. Reasoning. So defaults are enormous. That is the standard version of the story, and it is where most writing on the subject stops. A meta-analysis of 58 studies puts the average effect around 0.68, which in this field is large, but the same analysis found something people quote less often, which is that the variation is wide. Some studies found nothing. A couple found the effect running backwards. And then there's a finding from 2025 that I have not been able to put down, and it turns the standard version into a different story. Somebody went and checked what happened to the organs. Not the consent rates. The organs. Researchers took countries that actually switched to opt-out between 2000 and 2023 and looked at what happened to donation afterward, and separated it into 2 categories that the earlier work had run together. Deceased donation, which is the thing the policy targets, rose by about 7%, and that increase was not statistically significant. Living donation, which is a different act by a different person and which nobody was legislating about, fell by 29%. That one was significant. The proposed mechanism is uncomfortable and simple. Under opt-out, people believe the shortage is handled. There's so many donors now. Somebody has taken care of it, and a person who might have volunteered a kidney to a stranger concludes that the problem has been solved and does not volunteer. So the most famous nudge in the world, the one in every book on the subject, including nearly every one I read while working on this book, moved the number on the form enormously and may not have produced more transplants at all. I want to be careful about how far that goes because it would be easy to swing too hard the other way, and I have done that before in this book. It is one line of research on a contested question. The deceased donation figure being non-significant is not the same as it being 0. Organ supply is affected by a dozen things that have nothing to do with consent, including how many people die in traffic accidents, which has been falling for decades for excellent reasons. This will be argued about for years. But the shape of it survives all of that, and the shape is the thing. A default reliably changes what gets recorded. Whether it changes what happens is a separate question, with a separate answer, that almost nobody asks, and the one time somebody asked it. Carefully about the most celebrated case in the field, the answer was not the one anybody expected. And I think that is worse rather than better, and here is why. Chapter 3 was about the difference between a memory and a record. Chapter 4 was about 20 billion rows a month. This entire book runs on one observation, which is that these systems do not operate on the world. They operate on the record of the world. A default that changes the record without changing the world is therefore not a weak default. It is a default that has gone directly to the layer everything downstream actually reads. The consent rate is what gets published. The consent rate is what gets cited in the next country's policy debate. The consent rate is what makes the graph in the book that persuades the next legislature. And the transplants, which are the only part any of this was for, are downstream of nothing. Nobody's dashboard has them on it. So the thing that got optimized was the field on the form. It went up. Everybody who worked on it was right to feel that it had gone up. That is Goodhart again, and it is not a metaphor this time. It is a policy that 30 countries have adopted. Now the part where I stop talking about organs. Every screen you have used today had a default on it. Not one of them was neutral, because there is no neutral. Somebody had to. Decide what happens when you do nothing, and doing nothing is the single most common thing a person does. Autoplay. Location while using the app, which was the compromise position, which is now what everybody has. Notifications on, personalized advertising on, with a way to turn it off that exists and works and takes 11 taps. Sync enabled, backup enabled, contacts once at setup on a screen you were trying to get past because you wanted to use the thing you had just bought. Every one of those was a decision made by somebody who does not know you, in a room you have never been in, and every one of them is running right now, and the overwhelming majority of them have never been examined by the person they are running on. And here's what connects it to the last chapter. The people who set those defaults are not required to be right about you either. They only have to be there first. I found out what my own phone was set to from a TikTok, one of those walkthroughs of the settings most people never open. The analytics screens and the ad personalization. I remember deciding it was probably exaggerated and opening my own settings while it played. To be fair about it, it wasn't exaggerated. Several of the things the video named were already on. The one that stayed with me was the phone sharing analytics about how I use it, which I had no memory of agreeing to, which is not the same as something I did not agree to. I agreed to it. There was a screen once and I tapped through it, probably during setup, probably wanting to get to something else. So I turned it off, and then I kept going through the rest and turned off everything I couldn't defend, and none of it has gone back on. What I could not find anywhere was the place where I would have found out what the choices were before making them. That screen does not exist, and it isn't hidden. Nobody built it because nobody would open it. And the way the checking finally happened is worth sitting with, because the phone never asked me one afternoon whether I'd like all of this to stay enabled. A recommendation system on an entirely different platform put a video in front of me. One algorithm made me aware of what another had quietly been allowed to do, and until it did, checking never once occurred to me. Chapter 2 said the frog jumps and we don't, because the frog has one baseline and we update ours. This is the same finding wearing different clothes. A default is not a decision that was made for you. It's a decision that was never presented as one, and the reason it works is that a thing which is already true does not feel like a question. There was never a moment where I chose any of it. There was also never a moment where I was stopped from choosing. Both of those are true at once, and that is the whole difficulty. This is the chapter where I have the least to stand on, so I'm going to say that first, rather than have you work it out around page 4. Attention is where the popular science about all of this is at its worst, not slightly overstated. Actually wrong, in ways that have been demonstrated by large coordinated efforts, and still repeated constantly in books that are otherwise careful. I nearly wrote several of those sentences myself before checking, which is the only reason I know how easy it is. So let me take out the things that don't hold before building anything on the ones that do. The first casualty is the idea that self-control is a fuel tank. The theory is called ego depletion, and it dominated the subject for 2 decades. Resisting something uses up a limited resource, so a person who has resisted all day has less left, which is why you make bad decisions at night, and why the environment wears you down. It is a beautiful theory. It matches how it feels. And it did not survive being tested properly. In 2016-23, laboratories ran the same pre-registered experiment at the same time with the design agreed in advance so nobody could adjust it afterward. A separate reanalysis of the existing literature concluded that once you correct for the studies that never got published, the most probable size of the effect is 0, not small. 0. There are researchers still defending it, and the argument is not formally over. But I'm not going to build a chapter on a foundation that 23 labs could not find, and any book that tells you your willpower is a battery that runs down should be read with that in mind. The second casualty is a number you have definitely heard. The claim is that human attention span has fallen to about 8 seconds, and that this is shorter than a goldfish. It appears in conference talks and marketing decks, and quite a few books. There is no study. People have gone looking for the source repeatedly, and it terminates in a citation loop, a consultancy report, referencing a statistic with no underlying research behind it. The goldfish comparison has no basis either. Attention span is not a single quantity that could be measured that way, which is the deeper problem, because a number that could not exist cannot have fallen. I'd have used it. It's a great line, and it makes the point in 6 words. That's exactly why it survives. The third is dopamine, and this one matters more than the other 2 because it is doing so much work in how people talk about their phones. Dopamine is not a pleasure chemical. That framing is a misreading that escaped into the general language and became the standard explanation for everything from slot machines to social media. What the research actually supports is that dopamine is involved in prediction and in wanting, which are not the same as liking. It rises in anticipation rather than in enjoyment. It responds to the gap between what you expected and what you got. A system built to keep you anticipating is doing something real, and the something is not giving you pleasure. And people who describe a dopamine hit are describing an experience that does not work the way they think it does. So wanting and liking come apart. That is the finding worth having, and it is well supported, and it explains something the fuel tank story never could, which is why you can spend 40 minutes doing something you did not enjoy and would not choose again and will do again tomorrow. Here's what survives, and it is narrower and duller, and I think it is enough. Attention is not a substance, it is a selection process. At any moment, there's far more information reaching you than can be processed, and something has to choose, and the choosing is most of. What the system does. Chapter 2 already showed you this from the other side. The man with the map got swapped and half the people did not notice, and that was not a failure of effort. It was selection working exactly as designed on something it had not selected. Two things about selection are solid enough to build on. The first is that you cannot attend to two demanding things at once. What feels like doing two things is rapid alternation, and alternation has a cost, and the cost is not zero and does not disappear with practice. Every switch leaves part of you still on the previous thing for a while. The second is that novelty gets priority automatically. This is old machinery, and it is not a defect. An organism that ignored the new thing in the corner of the visual field did not last long. What captures attention involuntarily is change, movement, sudden onset, and anything that might indicate the environment has altered. Now put those next to a device that produces on demand an unlimited supply of new things, each arriving as a sudden onset in a stream that never terminates. Nothing is being drained. The machinery is working perfectly. It's just that the thing it evolved to do has been supplied at a volume it never had to survive before, and there is no part of it that includes a stopping condition, because nothing in the ancestral environment produced novelty indefinitely. Which is why the popular framing has it backwards, and saying so is the one place in this chapter I'll push a claim of my own. The story everybody tells is about depletion. Your attention gets used up, drained, stolen. Somebody takes it from you, and at the end of the day there is less of it. I don't think anything is being taken. I think it is being spent, correctly, by a system doing its job, on inputs engineered to trigger it. The selector is not tired. The selector is enthusiastic. It is doing exactly what it was built to do, at a rate it was never built to do it. And the reason you cannot feel that happening is chapter 2 again, and that changes what would help. If attention were a fuel tank, you would rest it. If attention is a selector responding to what is in front of it, resting does nothing at all, and the only thing that works is changing what is in front of it, which is an environmental problem wearing the costume of a personal failing. Every product built on this benefits from the fuel tank story, incidentally. A drained person needs discipline. A person in a badly arranged room needs a different room. One evening last week, I got home with a short list of things I meant to do, and none of it was dramatic. Eat, handle a few things around the apartment, put an hour into a project, sleep. At some point in there, I opened a TikTok, and I can't tell you why. Nobody had sent me anything, and I wasn't looking for anything. It was one of those small gaps an evening is made of, a few minutes that needed killing, and the next time I was honestly conscious of the clock, the evening was gone and I could not account for the middle. Not vaguely, not a general sense of having wasted time. I genuinely could not produce a single specific thing I had seen. So I scrolled back, which you can do, and which I don't recommend. It was all there and it took a while. Clips about AI, news, business, comedy, health, travel, dozens of subjects, each one interesting. Enough at the time to earn the next swipe. Some of it I recognized the instant I saw it again, which is its own information, because recognition is a much weaker thing than recall, and the difference between them is roughly the difference between a witness and a passerby. I could not have named one item of it unprompted. Shown the item, I knew I had seen it. There was nothing bad in there. That's what I keep coming back to. Nothing dark, nothing I'd be embarrassed to have on a screen behind me. Hours of things that were mildly interesting and are now entirely gone. I opened the screen time report afterward, and I won't pretend to remember the number. I remember being surprised by it, which is its own finding, because what had felt like scattered 5 and 10 minute checks had added up to most of an evening, and there was never a moment when I decided to spend the night that way. There were hundreds of much smaller decisions instead. One more video, one more swipe, and the small decisions added up to the night without ever once passing through the big one. Chapter 3 said my memory generalizes and keeps a shape instead of the details, and that the shape is what I actually need. There's no shape here. That's what's different about it. The years in the photographs came back as something even after the names were gone. This came back as nothing, because nothing was ever built. Attention selected, briefly, item by item, and selection is where memory starts, and nothing that gets that little of it goes anywhere. So the hours are not stored badly. They were not stored. They didn't fail to become a memory. They failed at the step before that, which is the step where something is judged to be worth the cost of keeping, and nothing in that evening ever crossed it. I'd like to end this chapter with something firmer than that, and I can't. The science here is thinner than I wanted, and I've said so. What I have is an evening I can prove happened from the record, and cannot produce from myself, and a suspicion that this is not the exception. In April of 1997, in a classroom at the American Airlines Training Academy in Dallas, a captain named Warren Vanderberg stood up in front of a room of working pilots and told them what they'd turned into. He wasn't an outsider with a theory. He'd flown 27 years in the Air Force before the airline ever had him, and in 1996 the company asked him to figure out why its crews kept having incidents in the most advanced airplanes it had ever bought. His group went through the record and attributed about 2/3 of the events they reviewed to mismanagement of cockpit automation. Not weather and not mechanical failure. Pilots and computers misunderstanding each other. The name he gave it stuck. On the navigation display of a modern airliner, the route the flight computer intends to fly is drawn as a magenta line, and Vanderberg told the room they had become children of the magenta. Pilots so used to following the line and to managing the system that drew it, that when the situation stopped matching the screen, they'd stand there working the buttons instead of flying the airplane. His fix was almost insultingly simple. If you catch yourself asking what it's doing now, down low with the ground. Coming, click it all off and fly. The class was videotaped, and the recording still gets passed around in that industry 29 years later, because the problem it describes didn't go away. It got bigger, and then it left aviation and went looking for everybody else. The first thing to say about cockpit automation is the thing Vanderberg himself said, which is that it works. Autoflight systems fly more precisely than people do. They don't get tired and they don't get startled, and the era they brought in is the safest era in the history of moving human beings from one place to another. Any honest account of what they cost has to start by writing down what they bought, and what they bought is measured in crashes that stopped happening. The second thing is older than the airplane. A skill isn't a possession. It's closer to a subscription, and the currency it renews in is repetitions. People started measuring this in pilots in 1971 with a study on how instrument flying skills are forgotten, and the shape of the answer hasn't really changed since. Skills fade on a schedule, the way memory fades on the curve from Chapter 3, and the only thing that resets the schedule is doing the thing again. None of this is a discovery about machines. People have been handing work to tools since the king at the front of this book complained about writing, and Chapter 3 already made the case that the trade is usually good. Put those two facts in the same cockpit and you get the arrangement nobody chose. The automation flies because it flies better. The pilot supervises and takes over for a few minutes at each end of the flight. Every piece of that arrangement is reasonable, and the sum of it is a person whose job title still says pilot, and whose working week contains almost no flying. The airline didn't take the skill away from him. It took away the repetitions, and the skill left on its own. On June 1st, 2009, an Air France flight took off from Rio de Janeiro for Paris, with 228 people on it. A little over 3.5 hours in, at cruise, the airplane flew into ice crystals that blocked its airspeed probes. The speed readings went inconsistent, and the autopilot did what it was designed to do when it stops trusting its own numbers, which is hand the airplane back. The whole failure lasted less than a minute. The probes cleared on their own, nothing on the airplane was broken, and the procedure for the situation amounted to holding the pitch and the power steady until the readings agreed again. The pilot flying pulled the nose up, not once in a startle, but held it up, and the airplane climbed and slowed until the wings stopped flying. The stall warning sounded and kept sounding, and then at the most extreme angles it stopped, because the numbers feeding it were no longer treated as valid, so the cockpit went quiet at the exact moment the airplane was most wrong. The crew never identified the stall. The investigators' report says so in one flat sentence. They never understood they were in one, so they never applied the recovery that every one of them had known since flight school, which begins with lowering the nose. The airplane fell for 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Seconds before the recording ends, the pilot who had been flying says out loud that he's had the stick back the whole time. It took nearly 2 years to find the recorders, under almost 4,000 meters of ocean, and the final report came out in July of 2012, and the report is fairer than the story that got told afterward. The probes had passed certification standards that never anticipated ice crystals at that altitude, and the airline was already replacing them across its fleet. The warning's design confused the situation it existed to announce, and the 2 men at the controls had been trained for stalls down low, near the ground, with essentially no training in hand flying at high altitude, because the operating assumption of the whole system was that nobody would ever need to. There's one more detail that belongs here. That airplane was built so that its computers, while they trusted their own numbers, would not permit a stall no matter what the pilots asked for. When the numbers went, the protection stood down, and for 1 minute, at 2 a.m, the machine needed back the exact skill it had spent years absorbing, and the skill wasn't there to give. Blaming the pilots reads the story backwards. Those were qualified men doing the job the way the job had been redesigned. The system had them supervising for thousands of hours, and flying for minutes, and then it examined them without notice, on the one ability the arrangement had quietly stopped renewing. What happened next is the part worth the most attention, because it isn't anybody's opinion about de-skilling. It's a paper trail. On January 4th, 2013, the FAA sent a safety alert to every airline in the country, and it runs about a page. It says the agency's analysis of flight operations found an increase in manual handling errors. It says continuous use of autoflight does not reinforce a pilot's knowledge and skills, and could degrade the ability to recover the airplane from an undesired state. The same page credits automation with improving safety, because both things are true and the agency knew it, and the action it recommends is that airlines encourage their pilots to hand fly when conditions allow it. Sit with that sentence for a second. The regulator of the safest transportation system on Earth was writing memos asking that pilots be given chances to practice being pilots. In September of 2013, a working group the agency had convened put out its full report, and the finding inside it is everything you've just read, in government prose. Pilots lack practice in manual operations, and the lack of practice has contributed to the degradation of manual flying skills. The group had been set up in 1996, the same year the airline handed Vandenberg the incident file. It took 17 years to put in a report what he'd put on a slide. In 2017, the agency issued a second alert on the same subject, because the first one hadn't settled it. Now the third check from Chapter 1, because that promise comes due here. If people who hand off a skill turn out to keep it, a lot of this book is wrong. Here's what the checking found, and it didn't all point my way. The first thing it found is the safety record, which belongs here at full strength. In February of 2009, a regional airliner crashed near Buffalo and killed 50 people, and between that night and January of 2025, the airlines of this country carried billions of passengers with 2 deaths on board, both from engine debris. The streak ran 16 years, straight through the era of maximum automation, and it ended in a mid-air collision with an Army helicopter for reasons that have no connection to anything in this chapter. So if handing the flying to the machines costs the pilot's skill, and it does, the arrangement that carries that cost still kept more people alive than any arrangement human beings have ever operated. Anybody writing about what got lost has to write that down first, and I'm writing it down. The second thing it found is a study that took the question seriously instead of assuming the answer, and it complicates the claim in a direction I didn't expect. In 2014, researchers at NASA put 16 airline pilots in a 747 simulator and varied how much of the flying the automation did. They graded the flying, and they also interrupted the pilots mid-flight to ask what they were thinking about. The hands held up. Instrument scanning and physical control of the airplane were reasonably well retained, automation or no automation. What slipped was the thinking, keeping track of where the airplane was and what came next, and it slipped in proportion to how far the pilots' minds had wandered from supervising the machine. The lead researcher's summary was that we should maybe worry less about what pilots do by hand and more about what they do by mind. So the blunt version of the claim is wrong, and I'm not keeping it. Skill does not simply wear off wherever a job gets handed over. What the record supports is narrower and stranger. The motor part survives surprisingly well. The part that degrades is the model of the situation, the thing that tells the hands what to do. And it degrades quietly whenever supervising turns into watching, which is Chapter 7 again. The selector goes where it's pointed, and a system that runs perfectly for 10,000 hours in a row is the least pointable thing ever built. Medicine ran the same experiment with better record keeping. In 2016, Geoffrey Hinton, who did as much as anyone alive to build deep learning, told a Toronto conference that people should stop training radiologists now. It was completely obvious, he said, that within 5 years the machines would read medical images better than the people, and if not 5, then 10. Medical students heard him. Some picked other careers because of predictions like his, and a few of them have said so in print. Here's what the record shows instead, and it cuts against the direction this book leans, and in it goes. The number of radiologists in American practice grew about 17% between 2014 and 2023. In 2025, the residency programs offered more positions than they'd ever offered, 4% more than the year before, and the field's vacancy rates were at record highs. Hinton conceded last year that he'd spoken too broadly. The strong version of the fear, the one, where the person gets replaced, has now missed its deadline in the most measurable profession it was ever aimed at. But the person not being replaced isn't the same as nothing happening to the person, and radiology is also where the quieter thing got measured first. Years ago, software that circles suspicious spots on mammograms was approved for screening, and insurers paid extra whenever a radiologist read an exam with the computer's marks on it. In 2015, a team led by a Massachusetts general radiologist checked what all that assistants had bought across more than 600,000 screening mammograms read by 271 radiologists in ordinary American practice. The computers help improve nothing, not detection and not any other measure, in any subgroup of women. And in the subset of radiologists who read at some sites with the software and at other sites without it, sensitivity came out lower with the computer on. The same doctor found less cancer with a tireless assistant pointing at the image than without it. The authors put the money finding in the driest sentence available, which is that insurers were paying more for no established benefit. Then last August, the cleanest evidence anybody has produced arrived from the next department over. 4 hospitals in Poland had introduced an AI that spots precancerous polyps during colonoscopies, as part of a trial in which exams were assigned by date to run with the AI or without it. That design produced something rare, a before and after on the doctors themselves. 19 experienced physicians did the exams. In the months before the AI arrived, their unassisted colonoscopies found at least one precancerous growth about 28% of the time. In the months after they'd been working with it, on the days it was off, the figure was about 22%. 6 points, gone, within months, in the single number that field uses to measure how good an examiner is. The commentary that ran alongside the study called it the first real-world clinical evidence of AI de-skilling reaching patient outcomes. Everything that softens that belongs next to it. It's a single observational study from one country, and it's been argued over in the journal's letters, pages ever since. And the other half of the ledger is real. With the AI running, detection goes up. A review of 44 randomized trials puts the gain around 8 points, which is not small, and which is why hospitals buy the thing. Hold both of those at once, because both of them are the finding. The tool makes the exam better while it's on and appears to make the doctor worse when it's off. Every hospital that adopts it is buying the 8 points for its patients, reasonably, the way every town council bought the cameras. The 6 points come out of a different account, the one labeled what the person can still do alone, and no dashboard anywhere has that number on it. Here's what the pilot has in common with the doctors. Nobody lost a job. Every one of them is still in the room and still responsible, and mostly paid better than before. What changed is the verb. The autoflight proposes and the pilot approves. The software marks the image and the doctor signs underneath the marks. The work moved, and what stayed behind with the person is the sign-off. There's a plain word for what those jobs became, and the word is permission. 2 things are true about permission, and they pull in opposite directions. The first is that it feels like control, and the feeling isn't false. The approver can refuse. The pilot can click it all off, the way Vanderberg urged, and the doctor can ignore the rectangle on the screen. The authority is real, and it's the reason the arrangement seems fine from the inside. The second is that permission holds no skill. Practice is what holds skill, and approving isn't practicing, and everything the record shows, from the cockpit to the exam room, grows in the gap between those two. The authority stays with the person, while the ability drains toward the system, and there's no moment where doing becomes approving. For the same reason, there was no moment anywhere in Chapter 2. Each handover falls under the line, and the line travels with you. The man flying the Airbus had a full set of controls in front of him all the way down. And the arrangement already contains one more step, because the crash over the Atlantic contained it. The airplane that fell was built so that, while its computers trusted their own numbers, a command that would stall it got refused rather than obeyed. The pilot's inputs were requests, for good reason, since that refusal is part of why the safety record looks the way it does, and the design isn't a scandal. It's the honest endpoint of the logic, and the logic is safety, and the logic keeps being right. First, the machine does the work, and the person approves it. Eventually, some of what the person tells the machine becomes a request the machine is entitled to decline. Every step gets taken for a reason that would hold up in a hearing, and some of the steps is a man in a seat with the word command in his job title, granting permission and requesting it, inside a vehicle that has its own position on which of his instructions to follow. I don't have anything in my own life the size of a cockpit, which is the point. This doesn't arrive at most people through anything as dramatic as an airplane. I said in Chapter 1 that I turned the navigation on to drive around the town I grew up in, and that I've stopped pretending it's about traffic. Here's what that sentence actually means, now that the evidence is on the table. Somewhere in the last 10 years, building a place in my head went from a thing I did without noticing to a thing I approve a substitute for, several times a day, and the approving feels exactly the way the doing used to feel. Nothing was taken from me. I never once withheld the permission, which looks identical in the record to never having been asked. So I ran the test this chapter kept demanding. I tried writing without the machinery, no autocorrect, no predictions, no software. Waiting behind the sentence to fix it. I knew what I wanted to say, and I was surprised how hard the saying had gotten. I'd type a word I've known since grade school and stare at it, certain something was off and unable to point at what. And then I caught my instinct in the act, because my instinct wasn't to work it out. It was to wait. Wait for the red underline and tap what it offers. The underline never came because I'd turned it all off, and I sat there holding a sentence I couldn't finish confidently on my own. I hadn't forgotten how to communicate. I'd forgotten how much of communicating I no longer do myself. The house number from the start of this book is still the only phone number I hold. Everyone I've met since lives behind a name on a screen, and I approved that too, one contact at a time, for about 15 years. I couldn't dial a single one of them from memory. That isn't a complaint. I'd make every one of those trades again, which is also what the airlines would say, and the hospitals, and they'd be right too. The sentences this book opens on were written before any of these chapters existed. The one I've reread the most says that what once required a person requires only permission. When I wrote it down, I was fairly sure I'd made it up, and I've carried it around since then the way you carry something you're proud of. I've now read enough to know better. A captain in Dallas had the working version on a slide in 1997, with 2/3 of his airline's incident file behind it. The federal government wrote the bureaucratic version twice, in 2013 and again in 2017, and the medical journals are now publishing the measured version with confidence intervals attached. I didn't coin an observation. I transcribed one, late, and the people who got to it first got there by reading accident reports, which changes how the sentence has to be read, and that's the thing this chapter was for. I wrote it as a guess about where all this goes. It reads now like a description of where it has already been. The skill leaves first. On the quiet schedule, every skill was always on, while the person keeps the seat and the sign-off, and the approving goes on, feeling like the doing it replaced. The permission stage isn't the protection it feels like from inside it. It's an interval, and the airplane that fell out of the sky in 2009 already carried the step that comes after it. What requires only permission eventually stops asking. On December 6, 1884, a work crew set a small metal pyramid on top of the Washington Monument, 555 feet up, and the metal they used was chosen because it was precious. The metal was aluminum. That reads like a typo now, and it wasn't one. In 1884, aluminum sold for around $1.10 an ounce, about twice the price of silver, and the government wanted something rare for the top of the tallest structure on Earth, a Philadelphia. Metallurgist named William Frischmuth cast the piece, 100 ounces, about 8 inches tall, and it was the largest piece of aluminum anyone had ever cast. Before shipping it to Washington, he put it in the window at Tiffany's in New York, without asking permission, so people could file past and look at a metal most of them had never seen. Napoleon III had owned aluminum tableware a generation earlier and brought it out for his most important guests, or so the story has always been told, and the careful version is that the dinner service was real, and the flourishes people add to it are harder to pin down. Either way, the point stands. For most of the 1800s, this was a medal for emperors and monuments. 14 months later, in February of 1886, a 22-year-old, recent graduate of Oberlin College named Charles Martin Hall, dissolved aluminum oxide in molten cryolite, ran an electric current through it for 2 hours, and found little buttons of pure aluminum waiting at the bottom. In France, 2 months after that, a man named Paul Héroult hit on the same process, independently, knowing nothing about Hall. The price began to fall, and then it kept falling, and it did not stop until the most precious metal in America was the thing you wrap a sandwich in and throw away without looking at it. 14 months, start to finish. The road in Chapter 1 was obsolete 2 years after they finished laying the planks. The metal on the monument had about the same run. I didn't go looking for that rhyme, and I've stopped being surprised when it shows up. There's a coda that's almost too good. In 1941, during the scrap drives before the war, somebody proposed taking the tip off the Washington Monument and donating it, because by then the apex of the national obelisk was worth roughly its weight in used pots. The idea was quietly dropped. The pyramid is still up there. The aluminum is just the cleanest way into an older question. What happens to a thing when it stops being scarce? The standard answer is that it gets cheap, and that's true, and it's the least interesting part. The interesting part is what happens to the experience of it, because there was a real, documented moment when people stood at a jewelry store window to look at aluminum, and there is no moment, anywhere, in your life or mine, of experiencing aluminum at all. It didn't move from precious to ordinary. It moved from precious to invisible. Foil doesn't feel like wealth. It doesn't feel like anything. It exited feeling entirely. An economist named William Nordhaus once measured the longest version of this story anybody has measured, which is light. He wanted to know what an hour of artificial light has cost a working person across history, and he was serious about it, serious enough to build a Babylonian oil lamp himself and measure what it put out. The numbers he and the people who built on him produced are worth writing down slowly. Around 1750 BC, an hour of light from a sesame oil lamp cost a Babylonian laborer something like 50 hours of work. In 1800, an hour of tallow candlelight cost an English worker about 6 hours. By the 1880s, kerosene had it down to roughly 15 minutes of work. By 1950, an hour of electric light cost about 8 seconds of labor. By the 1990s, it was around half a second, and Nordhaus put the whole arc in one sentence, which is that an hour of work today buys about 350,000 times as much light as it bought in Babylon. 350,000 times richer in one of the basic goods of human life, and nobody has ever once felt it. You have never walked into a lit room and experienced yourself as a person of unimaginable wealth, even though, by the only measure that held still for 4,000 years, you are. Chapter 2 explained why, and it doesn't need updating. The baseline travels with you. Below the line, there's nothing to feel. Every reading gets compared to the last reading, and the last reading already had the lights on. So abundance has a signature, and the signature is absence. Scarcity announces itself constantly. It's the price tag, and the locked case at Tiffany's. Abundance announces itself once, briefly, and then becomes the room, which means a civilization can be gaining wealth at a rate no other generation ever touched. An experience from inside, approximately nothing. None of that is ingratitude. It's the line from Chapter 2 doing exactly what it does. There was never a moment to notice, so there was no noticing. Cheap is only half of what happens. The other half is that the scarcity doesn't die. It moves next door. In 1971, the economist Herbert Simon gave a talk at Johns Hopkins about what computers were going to do to organizations, and he started it with rabbits. His neighbors had bought their daughter a pair of them, one male and one female, and he observed that he now lived in a rabbit-rich world, and that a rabbit-rich world is by definition a lettuce-poor world. Whatever a plentiful thing consumes is what becomes scarce. Then he applied it. In a world growing rich in information, the poverty has to show up in whatever information consumes, and what information consumes is the attention of the people receiving it. His sentence for it was that a wealth of information creates a poverty of attention. He said that in 1971. He was describing photocopiers and broadcast television. He got a Nobel Prize 7 years later for other work, and this throwaway observation about his neighbor's rabbits turned out to be the most load-bearing thing he ever said. It isn't a metaphor, it's closer to accounting. Abundance on one side of a ledger produces scarcity on the other side, in whatever the abundant thing uses up, and you can watch it happen anywhere you point it. Point it at music. The little player from the Prologue, the one with no screen, held a few hundred songs, and I loved it partly because a few hundred was so many. At the close of 2025, the streaming services held about 253 million tracks, with 106,000 more arriving every day, all of it reachable from the phone in my pocket for about what the camera adapter cost every month. That is the aluminum story again, run on song. And here is the lettuce. Of those 253 million tracks, nearly half were played 10 times or fewer in the entire year. Not half of the junk, half of all of it. 88% of all the music ever uploaded got fewer than 1,000 plays in a year. There are more songs that effectively no one has ever heard than there were songs, total a generation ago. I wrote in the prologue about the digital camera filling up, and the gap between the moment and the record not closing but moving, to a drawer with 400 pictures in it that no one has ever looked at. This is that drawer, scaled to a planet. The making got abundant. The being heard became the scarce thing, exactly where Simon's ledger said it would show up, in what the abundant thing consumes. What songs consume is listening. There isn't more listening than there was. There's just more of everything that needs it. The prologue already recorded me living one of these curves without knowing what I was recording. The distance between the most surprising thing I'd ever seen a machine do and me being. Annoyed at how long it took was under 12 months, and I wrote at the time that only one of those two events happened to the machine. That's the aluminum curve. Wonder to foil, run in a year instead of 14 months, on the good produced rather than the metal it's printed on. Every answer I get inside 4 seconds is Babylonian wealth by any measure that holds still, and what I feel when it takes 9 seconds is mistreated. And one more thing rides along with every one of these collapses, quietly, and the front of this book named it before I understood it. Scarcity was always somebody's reason for being needed. While light was scarce, somebody trimmed lamps for a living. While copies were scarce, somebody's whole worth was a steady hand. Every abundance in this chapter retired a reason for a person to be necessary, and every time so far the people went and found new reasons, and whether that last clause keeps holding is the subject of a later chapter, and not this one. Both of the checks I owe you here go against me, and neither one gets softened. The first is that official promises of abundance have a record, and the record is bad. On September 16, 1954, the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, Lewis Strauss, stood up in front of the National Association of Science Writers and predicted that our children would enjoy electrical energy in their homes, too cheap to meter. He was careful in a way the famous version leaves out. He said a serious government body shouldn't indulge in predictions and that. He was speaking as a person rather than as the chairman. None of that mattered. The line ran in the New York Times, and it became the most famous sentence about energy in American history, and it did not come true, not in his children's time and not in mine. The power industry distanced itself from it almost immediately, and one executive flatly called it a myth. Decades later, his son argued he'd secretly meant fusion power, which was classified at the time, and the government historian who went through his papers found no evidence for that reading. The generous version and the harsh version land in the same place. The most credentialed man in the field made the biggest abundance promise of his century, hedged it honestly, and was wrong. Electricity is still metered. Mine gets metered in Florida every month. In June of 2025, in the essay Chapter 17 already walked through, the man running the largest AI laboratory in the world wrote that intelligence too cheap to meter is well within grasp. The phrase is not a coincidence. It's the same phrase. Everything from Chapter 17 about what that essay was for still applies, and I'm not going to repeat it here. I'm just going to put the two sentences next to each other, 71 years apart, the way the entries in this book keep insisting on being put, and leave them where they can see each other. The second check is the panic record, because abundance has always drawn prophets of ruin, and their record is arguably worse than the promisers. In 1906, John Philip Sousa, the most famous bandleader in America, published an essay called The Menace of Mechanical Music about the phonograph and the player piano. He predicted the end of amateur music making in the United States. Mothers would put babies to sleep by machinery, and the national throat itself would weaken from disuse. It's a gorgeous piece of doom, and almost none of it survives contact with the softeners. His own band was one of the biggest recording acts in the country. The essay ran while he was campaigning for the copyright revision that passed in 1909, because the piano roll companies were reproducing his music without paying him, so the sole argument was carrying a money argument, and the money argument was honestly pretty fair. And in 1929, near the end of his life, he looked at what radio had become and said in print, "I was wrong. I admit it." So the panic failed. Music did not die. There's more of it than at any moment in history, which the numbers a few pages back established beyond argument. But the accounting doesn't stop there, because one specific thing Sousa predicted did happen. The parlor kind of amateur music, the singing in houses, the piano in the front room, declined the way he said it would, and the people who study this say so. What he missed is that a new kind of amateur took its place. The bedroom producer, the kid with a laptop and a microphone. The 106,000 tracks a day are not coming from record labels. Almost all of them are coming from ordinary people, which means the amateurs Sousa buried are uploading 3 million songs a month, so hold the full shape of it. The doomsayer was wrong about the making, and the making exploded, and the thing that actually became scarce, the audience, the being listened to, is a thing his essay never once considered, because in 1906 nobody could imagine listening being the bottleneck. Every panic aims at the last scarcity. The abundance goes around it and creates a new one, which is the pattern, and it's worth stating plainly before this book starts applying it to harder things than metal and songs. Abundance doesn't destroy value, it relocates it next door. The value drains out of the thing that got cheap and pools in whatever that thing consumes, and the move is invisible from inside for the same reason all the moves in this book are invisible. Light got free, and the evenings it filled became the contested ground. Recorded music got free, and the listening became the contested ground. And Simon had already called where the value of information was headed before the internet existed. Every abundance until now has had one property in common that nobody had a reason to notice because it never once failed to hold. The abundant thing was always an output: light, metal, copies of a song, copies of a page. The judging, the deciding, the answering, the noticing, the making of the next thing, all of that stayed on the scarce side of the ledger, which is to say it stayed with people. Whatever got cheap, the person holding the wanting and the choosing did not. What's being made abundant now is answers. The front of this book has said so from the first page, and Chapter 8 watched the early consequences of it in cockpits and clinics. Whether the deciding and the judging follow the answers onto the cheap side of the ledger is not a question I can settle here, and I'm suspicious of anyone who settles it in a paragraph. It gets its own chapters. What can be said now is only what the record says. The scarcity always moves. It has never once stayed where people assumed it would stay. And the people standing at the window admiring the current scarcity have never been the ones who could see the date on it. The pyramid is still up there. Lightning cracked the stone under it within a year of the dedication, and strikes over the decades have blunted the tip and melted little pieces of it down its own sides. And when they inspected it 50 years on, the inscriptions were still readable. It has outlasted the scarcity it was chosen to represent by 140 years. You can't see it from the ground. It's 8 inches tall and it's 555 feet up, so the monument's one concession to preciousness is invisible from everywhere a person can stand. The most honest thing about it is an accident. A country put its rarest metal where no one would ever see it. The metal became something no one would ever look at, and nothing about the monument changed at all. The people filing past Tiffany's window in 1884 weren't wrong, and that matters more than it seems to. They were looking at the most precious metal in America, and it was, and every one of them walked home under lamps that cost 15 minutes of work an hour and felt normal. The wealth is never where the window is. The window is where the wealth used to be, or where it's about to stop. Being and standing in front of it is the one place you can be certain the date is already running. In late January of 2024, a finance worker in the Hong Kong office of a British engineering firm got an email from the chief financial officer in London asking him to handle a confidential transaction. He didn't fall for it. That's the part of this story that matters, and it's the part that usually gets left out. He read the email and thought it was phishing because it had the exact shape of phishing, a senior name, and a request for secrecy and money. His training worked. His instincts worked. He raised the concern, and the reply invited him onto a video call with the CFO and several colleagues, so everything could be confirmed properly face to face. He joined the call. The CFO was there, looking like the CFO and sounding like the CFO. Other colleagues were there too, people he recognized talking the way they talked. His doubt did the reasonable thing that doubt does when the evidence of your own eyes and ears outvotes it. It stood down. Over the following days, he sent 15 transfers to 5 accounts, about $25.5 million in all, and the fraud surfaced only when he followed up with the actual head office and learned that no one in London had asked for anything. Every person on that call was generated. The faces and the voices had been built from public footage of the firm's executives, the kind of material any company posts, earnings calls and conference talks and recruiting videos. Hong Kong police described the case in February without naming the firm. In May, the firm confirmed it was Arup, the engineering consultancy behind the Sydney Opera House, 18,000 employees and one worker who did what the security training said to do and verified through a second channel, not knowing that the second channel was the attack. Chapter 2 had a man swapped mid-conversation behind a door, and half the people talking to him noticed nothing. This is that experiment run in reverse, on purpose, for money. Nobody needed the employee to miss a swap. They needed him to recognize, and he did. Recognition was the payload. Fakes are not new, and a chapter about them owes the history before it says anything about the present. In 1917, 2 girls in the English village of Cottingley photographed themselves with fairies. The fairies were paper cutouts, drawn and propped up with hat pins, and the pictures fooled a remarkable number of adults, including Arthur Conan Doyle, the inventor of the most famous skeptic in literature, who wrote a book defending their authenticity. The 2 women admitted the trick in old age, in the 1980s, more than 60 years later, and in the Soviet Union, being removed from history was a physical trade. Photographs got retouched by hand as officials fell from favor, so that a man who stood beside Stalin in one printing simply wasn't there in the next. Whole careers of skilled work went into making people disappear one photograph at a time. So forgery is old, and the standard comfort follows from that. We've had fake photographs for as long as we've had photographs, and society didn't collapse. It built countermeasures instead, signatures and notaries, provenance and chains of custody, experts who could spot the brushwork. The comfort says this wave is that wave, and the countermeasures will come, and some of them will. The comfort has one load-bearing assumption in it, and the assumption just failed. Every countermeasure on that list worked because forging was expensive and checking was cheap. The Cottingley pictures took planning and daylight and a borrowed camera. The Soviet retouchers were craftsmen, and each erasure was a job. When faking costs skill and time, fakes are rare, and rare things can be caught by institutions that move slowly. Chapter 9 was about what happens to anything when its cost collapses. Apply it to copies of people. Here's where the cost sits now, checked rather than remembered. A voice can be cloned from about 3 seconds of audio, not studio audio. A birthday video, a voicemail greeting, somebody laughing in the background of a clip. The tools are cheap or free, and the federal government has been issuing plain language warnings about the results since the spring of 2023, when the FTC put out a consumer alert about scammers cloning the voices of family members to run the old emergency scam with new equipment. The old version of that scam said, "Grandma, it's me," and let the victim fill in a name. The new version doesn't need the victim's help. It sounds like one specific person because it was built from that person. After the fraud in Hong Kong, Arup's own chief information officer tried an experiment. He attempted to deepfake himself in real time using free tools to see what it would take. It took him about 45 minutes. And in August of 2023, a team at University College London published a study with a title that does the work of an abstract, which is that humans cannot reliably detect speech deepfakes. They played real and synthesized audio to 529 people and asked them to sort it. The listeners got it right about 73% of the time, and training them with examples first helped only slightly. 2 softeners belong next to that number, and they pull in opposite directions. Those participants knew they were being tested, which means they were listening the way nobody listens to a phone call from their daughter. And 73% is well above chance, which means the ear isn't useless. It's just not a wall. It's a filter that lets about a quarter of the fakes through, against an attacker who can afford to place unlimited calls. The pattern from the aluminum chapter holds the whole way down. The thing itself was always possible. What changed is the price, and when the price of a copy of a person approaches 0, the countermeasures built for expensive forgery stop being countermeasures and start being nostalgia. Now the stranger half, because the direct harm, the stolen money, is the small half. In 2018, 2 law professors studying this gave a name to the second-order effect, and the name has stuck because it keeps being right. They called it the liar's dividend. It works like this. Once everyone knows that convincing fakes are cheap, every piece of real evidence acquires an asterisk. A genuine recording of a genuine event can now be waved away as probably generated, and the waving away is plausible, because sometimes it's true. The fakes don't have to convince anybody of anything. Their existence alone pays a dividend to every liar with an authentic problem, because the authentic can now be doubted at no cost. Which means the damage doesn't arrive mainly as believed lies, it arrives as a discount applied to truth. Chapter 4 ended with logs and audits, the boring true records that every accountability story in this book depends on. The dividend is a tax on exactly those. A world where any recording might be synthetic is a world where the crowbar and the audit log both buy less than they used to, and nobody has to fake anything for that to be so. There's a strong case against everything I've just told you, and it deserves its full turn. Photography survived. That's the short version. The camera arrived and people said seeing would stop being believing, and instead the world built 150 years of institutions around photographic evidence, courts and newspapers, and insurance, all of which knew perfectly well that photographs could be doctored and functioned anyway. Fraud existed the whole time. Society priced it in. The people predicting epistemic collapse have a record like the people predicting the end of amateur music, and this book spent a chapter on how that record went. And detection is not standing still. There are companies and labs building classifiers, watermarks, content credentials that travel with the file. Some of it works well on clean samples. The plain report is that the detectors keep trailing the generators, that accuracy falls hard on compressed, real-world audio, and that this is an arms race with the structure of an arms race, which is to say nobody stays ahead for long. But the race is real, and both sides are running, and anybody writing as though only one side exists is writing a scarier book than the record supports. What survives the objection is narrower, and it's the same narrowing as every chapter. Photography survived because verifying stayed cheaper than faking for a century and a half. The question isn't whether we adapt. We plainly adapt. The question is what the adaptation costs and who pays it, and the payment has already started arriving in small denominations to everyone. I wrote in the prologue that around 25 I started having a little delay before I believed things, a quarter second maybe, in front of a picture or a recording. I said it hadn't gone away and I didn't expect it to. I understand it better now than when I wrote it down. The delay is the adaptation. It's the cost of verification, paid retail, per image, out of the only account I have, which is attention, which Chapter 9 established is the account everything already draws on. Multiply a quarter second by everything a person sees in a day, and it stops being a quirk and becomes a line item. A small permanent tax on believing, levied on all content, real and fake alike, which is the dividend working exactly as described. The real pictures pay it too. That's the whole trick of it. And the delay doesn't scale. That's what the man in Hong Kong teaches. He had the delay. He hesitated. He doubted. He escalated. He asked for verification, and the system he was inside of supplied verification faster and more fluently than truth could have. My quarter second is not protection. It's a fee. The part of me that hesitates in front of a recording isn't broken or paranoid. It's the only part of me that's up to date. It just isn't big enough for the job, and it was never going to be, because it's a human-sized answer to a question that stopped being human-sized, and the next chapters are about what's been built where the checking used to be. The credits started, and the screen shrank them into a corner and began counting down from 5 toward the next episode, and I watched the countdown instead of the credits, because the countdown is the thing that moves. Stay on how strange that little box is for a second, because it's been normal for over a decade, and normal is where the strangest things in this book have all been hiding. Somebody wrote the names of everyone who made the thing I just watched, and somebody else designed a feature whose entire purpose is to make sure I never read them, because the reading would be a pause, and a pause is a place where a person might stop. Endings used to be structural, not a choice anybody made. A film ended because the reel ran out. An episode ended because the broadcast day was divided into slots, and the next slot belonged to something else. For decades, American television stations signed off overnight entirely, played the anthem, and went to a test pattern, and the screen just hissed at you until morning. The arcade wanted another quarter. The album had a last track, and then the needle lifted. Every piece of entertainment ever made before, about 2010, came with a built-in moment where it was over and you were handed back. Chapter 7 laid out the machinery this matters to. Attention is. A selector, novelty captures it automatically, and the machinery contains no stopping condition because nothing in the world it evolved for produced novelty without end. The old endings were doing a job nobody had ever needed to name. They were the stopping condition, supplied by the format, for a nervous system that doesn't have one. Then, one product at a time, the endings were removed. The famous origin story goes like this. In 2006, a young interface designer named Ozzy Raskin, frustrated that web pages made you click to get more, invented the infinite scroll, the feed that loads the next thing before you reach the bottom so that the bottom never arrives. In the years since, he has publicly called it one of his great regrets, worked on tech ethics, and testified about what features like his do to children, the inventor who repented. It's a clean story with a moral, and I nearly used it as one. The record is messier, and by now you know that the messiness is the point. Engineers at Microsoft built and patented an infinite scrolling interface for image search in 2005, before Raskin's version, and when his inventor claim got looked at closely, no evidence turned up that his work came first. So the neat story, famous invention followed by famous regret, is at minimum incomplete. Infinite Scroll has the same origin as most of what this book describes, which is several people in several buildings independently removing the same piece of friction, because removing friction is what the job rewards. The regret is real. The authorship is a legend. Both facts go in. Netflix removed its ending in the early 2000s, when the next episode began playing on its own unless you stopped it, which is Chapter 6 wearing a costume. Continuing became the default, and stopping became the setting. Watching one more episode had been an action. Now not watching one is. And the people who built this said what it was for, in public, more than once. On an earnings call in April of 2017, the chief executive of Netflix asked about competition from other studios, said the real competition was larger than that. You get a show you love and you stay up late with it. We're competing with sleep, he said, on the margin. A few months later, at a conference, he went further and added that they were winning. He was being candid, and candid deserves credit, and everything the softeners can offer should be offered. It was a colorful line for an investor audience, the kind executives produce, and he was describing a fact about the attention market rather than announcing an evil plan. All true, and it remains the case that the chief executive of the largest entertainment service on Earth asked to name his competitor, named a biological necessity, and reported beating it. Chapter 5 explained why nobody in those buildings had to want any of this. An objective got written down, time spent, because time spent correlates with value, and value isn't a number, Then the objective got optimized for a decade by thousands of people who were each rewarded quarterly for making the number go up. Goodhart did the rest. Removing endings raises time spent. Autoplay raises time spent. A feed that never bottoms out raises time spent. No meeting was required at which anyone decided to dissolve the concept of over. The concept of over was simply correlated with the number going down, and things correlated with the number going down get engineered away, one reasonable feature at a time. That was the story as this book understood it through its first 10 chapters. Emergence, coins, and objective drifting from the thing it stood for. Then, this spring, a jury got to read the internal mail. On March 25th, 2026, in Los Angeles Superior Court, a jury found Meta and Google liable for the design of Instagram and YouTube in the case of a 20-year-old woman who said the apps had held her from the age of 10. The trial ran 7 weeks. The chief executive of Meta testified in person in February. The jury deliberated more than 8 days and awarded $6 million, 70% of it against Meta. And the day before, in a separate case, a New Mexico jury had ordered Meta to pay $375 million in a state action about children's safety on its platforms. The plaintiff's lawyers made a choice worth noticing. They didn't argue about content, they argued about design, the features this book has been describing, the endless feed, the notifications, the removed endings were presented to 12 people as engineering decisions with known effects, and the jury was shown internal documents. One memo about growth said that to win big with teens, they'd need to bring users in as tweens. Another showed that 11-year-olds were 4 times as likely to keep returning to Instagram as to competing apps on a platform whose own rules require users to be 13. Every softener goes in at strength. Both companies dispute the verdict and are appealing, and first instance verdicts get overturned. 2 other companies settled before trial on undisclosed terms, which proves nothing in either direction. $6 million is not a consequence to firms that size, and the market shrugged, and their stock closed up that day. One case about one person, out of roughly 2,000 consolidated cases waiting behind it, is a beginning and not a settled record. And with all of that said, here's what changed and can't change back. For 11 chapters, this book has been careful to say that no meeting was needed, that the objective did the deciding, that intent was the wrong place to look for how the pool got built. That remains true about the pool, but there are now exhibits, dated, internal, written by employees, shown to a jury, describing children as an acquisition strategy by name. Chapter 4 found the line between emergence and intent at the audit log. This spring, the line showed up in discovery. Now the objections, all of them, because entertainment panic is one of the oldest genres there is, and I don't get to skip my turn in it. In 1961, the new chairman of the FCC stood in front of the nation's broadcasters and invited them to sit through a full day of their own programming and told them they would find a vast wasteland. The line became permanent. The part of the same speech nobody quotes is that he first said that when television is good, nothing is better. Before television, it was comic books in front of Senate committees, and before comic books, it was the novel, which respectable opinion in the 1700s treated as an addictive feminine vice that would rot the reading class. Every new format arrives to a chorus explaining that this one, unlike the last one, is genuinely destructive, and the chorus has been wrong enough times that membership in it should embarrass anybody. And there's a harder objection underneath the historical one. People choose this. Nobody is forced to watch a 9th episode. The Economist's reading says revealed preference, that hours spent are hours valued, and that a book like this one is just taste dressed up as concern, one more respectable person deciding that other people relax incorrectly. Both objections deserve better than dismissal, and the answer to both is already on the record earlier in this book, so it only needs pointing to. Chapter 5 reported the experiment where recommendation systems tuned to what people said they wanted, rather than what they clicked, cost a little engagement, and left people measurably better off, feeling their time was well spent. The preference the market reveals is constructed in the room the market built. That isn't a guess anymore. It was tested on 6,500 people, with the result written down. And the difference between this format and the novel is not that this one is lower or dumber. Novels end. Every panic before this one was about what the content did to people. This chapter has not said one word about content. It's about the removal of over, which no previous format attempted, because no previous format could. Remember the evening from Chapter 7, the hours I could prove happened and couldn't produce from memory. There's a thing about it I missed the first time. Nothing in that evening ended. That's the connection I didn't have then. The evening wasn't a series of things I chose and finished. It was one continuous thing that never presented a seam, and a seam is where a decision lives. The old formats build you in decisions. Another quarter, another chapter. Get up and change the channel. Every seam was a small exit, and what got engineered out of the environment wasn't willpower, and wasn't content. It was the exits. The credits are still there, technically. The names still scroll, shrunk into their corner, under the countdown. The last time a show I was watching came to an end, I sat there while the box counted down, and I'd like to tell you I let the credits play out of principle. What actually happened is that the next episode started, and I watched it, and it was fine, and there was nothing wrong with any of it, except that at no point did anything anywhere say to me the thing every screen used to say, which is that's all. That was the end. Go on now. It's yours to notice that nothing says that anymore. The notebook cost $4, and it's the only thing I own that does exactly what it did when I bought it. Chapter 2 said why I keep it. It's dated, and I'm not. But it has a second property I'd never put into words, which is that it's the cheapest object in my apartment and the hardest one to counterfeit. Not the paper. Anybody can photograph a page, and paper can be faked, and handwriting can be faked, and after Chapter 10, I won't pretend otherwise. What can't be faked is what the page cost me, which is the hour. Each page is a receipt for an hour of one particular evening of one finite life, and no process on earth can produce that hour at scale, because the hour was never a product. It was spent. What follows is an inventory. 9 chapters of this book have watched things move from the scarce side of the ledger to the abundant side. Chapter 9 established the rule for where value goes when that happens, which is next door, into whatever the abundant thing consumes, so the question now is what's still next door? What's actually left on the scarce side? And the answer turns out to be short, and everything on it was on nobody's list 20 years ago. The first entry is attention, and it's already been argued, so it only needs its place in the inventory. Simon called it in 1971. Chapter 7 showed the machinery it runs on, and Chapter 11 showed the industry built on harvesting it. 106,000 songs a day compete for a supply of listening that does not grow. Attention is the oil of this economy, and everybody in the business knows it. And the clearest evidence is Chapter 11's, that the largest entertainment company on earth names sleep as its competition. You only compete with sleep when everything else is already spoken for. The second entry is stranger, and the numbers behind it are the most surprising thing in this book. While recorded music was becoming effectively free and effectively infinite, the business of standing in a field with other people listening to music got enormous. In 2025, the biggest live entertainment company in the world put on some 55,000 concerts for 159 million people and took in over $25 billion, its best year ever, with the next year pacing ahead of that. The thing Sousa was sure the phonograph would kill is having the greatest decade in its history, a century and a quarter after the obituary. And it isn't only concerts. Vinyl records, a format the industry itself declared dead, have now grown in. American sales for 19 consecutive years, nearly 48 million units in the most recent one, bought at real prices by people who have the entire history of recorded music in their pocket for a rounding error. The standard explanation calls this nostalgia, and nostalgia is real and insufficient, because most of the people buying the records are too young to be nostalgic for them. The better explanation runs straight through this book. When the copy became free, the copy stopped carrying value, and the value moved next door into what the copy cannot contain. A stream is infinite and identical. A show happens once in one place with your body in it, and cannot be paused or backed up or attended later. A record is an object that occupies space and can be held. People aren't paying premiums for the music. They have the music. They're paying premiums for scarcity itself, for the properties the abundant version had to give up to become abundant, and the market has noticed and started manufacturing those properties on purpose, limited pressings and one-night events, because scarcity is now a feature you can build. The softener goes in here. Part of this is a luxury market, and luxury markets have always sold rarity, and a limited edition anything is scarcity as theater. Fair. What the theater proves is the demand. Nobody stages a performance of a thing no one wants. The third entry got created by Chapter 10, and it's the newest scarcity on the list, young enough that the price is still being discovered. Verification. The knowledge that a thing is what it claims to be, that a voice belongs to a throat, that a picture happened, that used to be free, or close enough that nobody accounted for it. Seeing was the audit. Now the seeing is cheap to fake, and the audit costs a quarter-second retail, and at the institutional scale it costs departments, provenance systems, callback procedures, a family choosing a code. Word. An entire category of value that was ambient for the whole of human history, included at no charge with every perception, has been unbundled and given a price. The scarce good isn't truth. Truth is still lying around everywhere. The scarce good is confidence in it, and confidence is now something you buy with time or with tools, and the poor in that currency will simply have less of it, and nobody has begun to think about what that distribution does. The fourth entry is the quiet one underneath the other three, and it's the one the notebook already said. Time was always the bound. 24 hours, one life, no compounding, no supply response, no matter what the price does. Every previous scarcity could in principle be engineered away, and this book has spent 9 chapters watching that engine run. Light, metal, copies, answers. The engine works on anything whose supply can be increased, which means the engine works on everything except the customer. The last scarcities on the list all reduce to the same denominator. Attention is time, allocated. Presence is time, located. Verification is time, spent checking. The reason value keeps pooling in these and can't pool anywhere else much longer is that they're the only goods left whose supply is fixed by the shape of a human life. And the whole roaring abundance economy has slowly, without anyone deciding it, reorganized itself into a competition for the one thing it cannot manufacture. Which is why the front of this book says the defaults eventually feel like choices, and why Chapter 11's company competes with sleep. The frontier isn't content anymore. There's no content shortage. There will never be a content shortage again. The frontier is, the hours and the hours are me. And there's no version of that sentence that stays comfortable when it's said slowly. Now the argument against, which is genuinely strong, and it wears. Tweed. Scarcity nostalgia is one of the oldest luxuries there is. Every generation of comfortable people has mourned the authentic just as it became optional, hand-weaving after the loom, letter-writing after the telephone, and the mourning has always been done by people who quietly kept the loom's products and the telephone. Nobody actually wants the scarce version of most things. They want the abundant version, plus a boutique. The peasant who worked 50 hours for an hour of lamplight was not living richly in presence and attention. He was living in the dark. Abundance bought the leisure this whole chapter is spent inside, and a book that romances scarcity from a heated room with the lights on is committing the exact baseline error. Chapter 2 warned about just pointed backward. That objection is right, and I'm keeping it rather than answering it, because the claim survives it in a narrower form. The chapter doesn't argue the old scarcities were good. 50 hours for lamplight was misery, and I'd take none of it back. The claim is only about direction of flow. Wherever abundance arrives, the remaining scarce goods absorb the value, and the remaining scarce goods are now mostly located inside people. That's not a judgment about better or worse. It's a forwarding address. The competition that used to be fought over land and metal and copies is being fought over hours, and belief, and the reason that matters is that land didn't have a nervous system. The territory being contested now does. The notebook goes back in the drawer of the desk when I finish a page, and somewhere in the last few months I started thinking of the pages differently than when I bought it. At the start it was evidence, a record that holds still while I drift, Chapter 2's instrument. It's still that, but an inventory of last scarcities turns out to describe it exactly, item by item, like a customs form. An hour of attention, undivided, which is the first entry. Written in one place with one body, which is the second. Verifiable to exactly one person, me, who was there, which is the third. Paid for out of a fixed supply, which is the fourth. The cheapest object I own is a stack of everything the economy around it can no longer produce, and it costs $4, and the $4 was never the price. The price is one evening each, and evenings are the last thing on earth still sold at cost. In the summer of 1941, the German army invaded the Soviet Union with more horses than Napoleon had brought 129 years earlier. That sentence should not be able to be true. The Wehrmacht of the newsreels is tanks and dive bombers, the most mechanized force on earth. Warfare is the future, and the tanks were real. What the newsreels didn't linger on is that behind them came well over 1 million horses, hauling the guns and the supply wagons and the field kitchens, because the tanks broke down and froze and drank fuel the army didn't have, and the horse did not. More horses served in the war, Second World War, than in any war in human history. The most important transport technology of the most technological war ever. Fought for the German army was the horse. I got that from a historian named David Edgerton, whose 2007 book, The Shock of the Old, is the best sustained argument against everything this book has been doing, and it deserves the floor here. Not a paragraph. The floor. Because if his case holds all the way down, most of what you've read here is a fashionable mistake with a long pedigree, and the promise in Chapter 1 means saying so out loud. Edgerton's argument starts with an accusation about how the history of technology gets told, and the accusation lands on books like this. 1. We tell it as a history of inventions: the light bulb, the car, the bomb, the internet. We divide time into ages named after new things, and we date the ages from the invention, and we rarely ask the embarrassing follow-up, which is whether anybody was actually using the new thing at the time, and how much, and for how long the old thing carried on underneath. He proposes a different history, told from use instead of novelty, and when you retell it that way, the story changes shape completely. Told from use, the 20th century looks like this. Letters lived alongside email and outlasted the telegram. The bicycle was invented in the 1800s, and its use is still rising now. Corrugated iron, a technology nobody has ever called revolutionary, roofed more of the world than most things with ages named after them. The paper book survived the screen, and the bookstores survived the everything store. And the horse. American horse numbers peaked years after the Model T went on sale, because the railroads and then the trucks that were supposed to replace horses generated so much freight at their endpoints that short-haul horsework grew. The new thing arrived, and for decades the old thing it was replacing expanded. Read that last one again slowly, because it goes off directly underneath Chapter 1. The plank road died 2 years after the railroad came, and I told that story as a parable about how fast a world can turn over. Edgerton would point out what the parable leaves out. The road company died. The hauling didn't. The wagons and the horses that used the road multiplied for another half-century, feeding the railroad that killed it. My own opening chapter contains his evidence, and I filed it under my thesis instead of his. He does the same to the futures that were certain. The V-2 rocket, the most advanced weapon of its war, cost Germany more than building aircraft would have and delivered less, a technological triumph and a practical failure. The Concorde flew passengers faster than sound for 27 years and lost money doing it, and the future of aviation turned out to be slower planes with cheaper seats. And when the Soviet Union collapsed and Cuba lost its fuel, the country didn't improvise some scrappy digital solution. It bred oxen and put hundreds of thousands of horses back to work, because the old technology was still there, still understood, and still worked. The old is not a residue, it's a reserve. Now point the argument at this book, all the way, no flinching. Every generation believes it stands at the threshold, and every generation can produce credentialed, sincere, specific experts to say so. The people who said the telegraph would abolish war because nations that could speak instantly would never fight. The people who said television would end literacy, and the ones who said it would end ignorance. The people who said the internet would dissolve the nation state. Chapter 17 leans on this record when it takes its own turn against itself, and this is the chapter it's leaning on. The threshold announcement is a permanent genre. It has been wrong in both directions, utopian and doomed, with almost perfect consistency for 200 years. And the Economist version of the same caution has a famous one-liner behind it. In 1987, with computers spreading through every office in America, Robert Solow observed that the computer age was visible everywhere except in the productivity statistics. The revolution announced itself for decades before it showed up in the numbers, and parts of it arguably never did. If the last general-purpose technology took 30 years to appear in the ledgers, a book written 3 years into this one is a book written inside the announcement, not inside the result. So here's the full-strength version of the case against me, assembled from Edgerton's parts. The feeds and the models are the newsreel tanks, photogenic and real, and genuinely new, and behind them the world still mostly runs on the horses. Cash, paper, church, radio, small talk, county fairs. Most driving is still a person driving. Most meals are still cooked by hand. The typical human day in 2026, measured by use rather than by headline, resembles the typical day in 2006, far more than either resembles the brochure. On this reading, the Singularity chapter of this book is a Concord. The Deskilling chapter is a moral panic with footnotes, and the whole ledger is an innovation-centered history, written by exactly the kind of author Edgerton spent a career correcting, one who mistakes the announcement of a world for the world. That's the case. I've stated it as well as I can because I spent real time believing it might be the truth of this book, and there were weeks when it had me. Here's what happened when I checked it. The check split down the middle. Where the case wins, it wins outright. The timelines in this genre are hype, nearly always, and Edgerton's correction stands. Chapter 17's own falsifiers are built on his logic, and if the systems of 2030 are recognizably the systems of now, his reading of this moment beats mine, and this book joins the shelf of announcements. The persistence of the old is real everywhere I looked. The plank road is still physically under the asphalt. The horses grew for 50 years. Letters outlasted telegrams. Any version of this book that implies the old world vanishes should be marked down on the spot, and if I've implied it anywhere, mark it down. But Edgerton's own test is use, and it was his test that trapped me, because I went back through this book and audited what its entries are actually made of. Their use records. 20 billion plate reads a month is not a demo. 106,000 uploads a day is not a press release. The colonoscopy study counted procedures. The Canaries data, coming in the next chapter, counts paychecks. The FAA alerts count handling errors on real flights. This book, without knowing the term for it, has been doing use-centered history the entire time. Its claim was never that a new machine exists. Its claim is that certain new practices are already at scale, measured in the boring units Edgerton insists on, and by his own standard, those entries stand. And the horse story has a second half that the first half hides. The Second World War was the peak of the horse, and it was also, for the armies of the rich world, the end of the horse. Peak use and terminal use were the same years. From inside 1941, the million horses on the road to Moscow looked like proof that the old world was securely in place, and they were actually its maximum, the highest the curve would ever go, with the cliff already scheduled. The persistence of the old is real, and it is not a forecast. Sometimes the old thing persists for a century. Sometimes it fills the roads in record numbers on the way to disappearing inside a decade, and from the middle of it, by everything Chapter 2 established, the two are indistinguishable. So the shock of the old is true, and it isn't a comfort. That's the narrower thing that survives, and it cuts both ways, and it will keep cutting both ways through the rest of this book. The old world's presence around you, the cash and the paper and the person driving the car, is real evidence, and it licenses no conclusion by itself. The horses were never more numerous than at the end. The piece of the plank road in the Historical Society sits in its cedar box with the glass lid, and I've thought about that box differently since reading Edgerton. I told its story in Chapter 1 as an artifact of obsolescence, the road that died in 2 years. The use-centered version is better and stranger. The plank road was itself the disruptive technology once, the all-weather innovation that was going to transform hauling, chartered and told and celebrated, and it lasted 2 years at the frontier, and then 170 as a name, a right-of-way, a habit of the county's mouth, and a stack of boards doing quiet load, bearing work under the modern road. Nothing about it vanished except the part that was ever new. The old is what the new becomes if it works. That's the version of Edgerton I can carry, and it's the version that should worry a reader rather than reassure one, because it means the systems in this book aren't passing through. The ones that work are becoming the boards. On May 28, 2025, the chief executive of one of the 3 leading AI laboratories sat in his San Francisco office and told 2 reporters from Axios that the technology his company builds could eliminate half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and push American unemployment to somewhere between 10 and 20% inside 1 to 5 years. Dario Amodei runs Anthropic. He said the companies and the government needed to stop sugarcoating what was coming for young workers in technology and finance and law and consulting, and he sketched the future he considered genuinely possible, one where cancer gets cured and the economy grows 10% a year and the budget balances while 1/5 of the people have no job. He'd released a new version of his own model days before, one that codes near a professional level. Now everything that softens it, all of it, because this book has a rule about quotes from people running the thing, he offered no study behind the 50%. It's a founder's estimate, stated in an interview, timed beautifully for a product cycle. The pushback arrived within hours, and it was not gentle. Economists called the numbers implausible. Columnists called it part of the hype machine, pointed out that terrifying labor forecasts raise capital, and noted that a man stands to profit from the story that his product is powerful enough to end the entry-level job. And he knows all of that. He said in the same interview that critics tell him you're just hyping it up, and his answer was to ask what happens if the warning turns out to be true. Chapter 17. Already worked out how to hold statements like this with the Altman essay, and the same grip applies. He's selling it, and that doesn't make him wrong. And the person telling you has a reason to be telling you, and you take the claim and keep the reason in view. The procedure here is the same as everywhere else in this book. The forecast goes down on one side, the payroll records get checked, and the answer gets reported whichever way it runs. 3 Stanford economists went looking in the most boring place available, which is where this book has learned the truth tends to live. Eric Brynjolfsson, Bharat Chandar, and Ruyu Chen got access to payroll records from ADP, the processing firm that handles paychecks for millions of American workers, and they asked a narrow question. Since generative AI arrived at scale at the end of 2022, what has happened to employment? Cut by age and by how exposed a person's occupation is to what these systems can do. They called the paper Canaries in the Coal Mine, and the first version, in August of 2025, found that workers aged 22 to 25 in the most exposed occupations had seen a decline in employment of about 13% relative to their peers, a figure that grew to about 16% as more months of data came in for young software. Developers that dropped from late 2022 ran around 20%. The detail that makes it evidence rather than a headline is everything around that number. Older workers in the same occupations were stable or growing. Young workers in less exposed fields, home health aides for one, were growing faster than their elders. The declines concentrated in occupations where the technology tends to automate the work rather than assist it, and the effect survived the controls the critics proposed: the tech hiring, slump and remote work, and interest rates. Brynjolfsson's summary was one sentence. It appears what younger workers know overlaps with what LLMs can replace. Now the other side of that ledger, reported with the same care, because it exists and it's substantial. Economy-wide, nothing dramatic has happened. Overall employment kept growing. As of this spring, the most exposed occupations as a whole were essentially flat against the least exposed. Serious economists have looked at the same period and asked, in print, where is the AI jobs crisis? And by the whole economy numbers, the question is fair. And Chapter 8 already banked the strongest single counterexample in the record. The profession most confidently sentenced to death, radiology, responded by growing 17% and posting record residency openings into a national shortage. The forecast of mass replacement has missed every deadline it has ever been given in the one field where it was most specific. So the summary of the data, as of this writing, is narrow and strange, and it's this: nothing is happening to work in general, and something is happening to the beginning of work in particular. The people it's reaching first aren't the expensive experts the scary essays feature. They're 23-year-olds in their first jobs, which the whole economy statistics barely register, because the whole economy is very large, and its entry rung is very small. The canary metaphor the economists chose is exactly right, and mostly unexamined. Canaries didn't predict the gas, they were just closest to the seam, and small enough to show it first. Here's where 2 chapters of this book turn out to have been 1 chapter, and I didn't see it until the data forced it. Chapter 8 established what skill is, a subscription paid in repetitions, and it established where the repetitions live, which is in exactly the work nobody defends. The routine legs of the flight, the unremarkable scans, the first-year tasks that any senior person will tell you they could do faster themselves and now doesn't have to because the model does them at near professional level for the price of electricity. Entry-level work is where a field keeps its repetitions. That's what an entry-level job is once you look at it through Chapter 8. It was never priced as an apprenticeship, but it always was one, and the whole structure of expertise quietly depended on it. The junior person does the routine work at a mild loss to everyone's patience, and 10 years later there exists a senior person. The arrangement was invisible for the usual reason things in this book are invisible. It never had to be examined, because there was no alternative to it. Now put the 2 findings together, the payroll data and the desk-skilling record, and we can watch them turn out to be the same finding approached from 2 directions. The colonoscopy doctors lost 6 points of unaided skill in months when the machine took their repetitions. The 23-year-olds are losing the years in which their repetitions were supposed to happen at all. One is skill draining from people who have it. The other is skill not forming in the people who were next. And every individual decision producing this is correct by the numbers in front of the person making it, the way every decision in this book has been. The model is faster than the junior. Hiring the junior is a cost. Not hiring the junior shows up on this quarter's ledger as efficiency, and shows up on nobody's ledger as the missing senior of 2036, because there is no dashboard anywhere with that number on it. The aviation industry has already lived 1 full cycle of this and written it down, which is why Chapter 8 sits before this one. The regulator spent a decade issuing alerts asking that pilots be given back their repetitions. It's worth noticing what that took. A fatal crash. 2 years of recovery from the ocean floor. A decade of committees. The white-collar version has no crash site. It has a payroll curve bending quietly at the 22 to 25 year mark, and a set of executives forecasting the bend proudly, and an economy whose headline numbers say, everything is fine, and by Chapter 2's machinery, a curve like that never crosses a threshold anybody can feel. What would change my mind goes on the record here, in the spirit of Chapter 1's promise. If the canary numbers revert as the data extends, and the researchers tracking them say plainly that the effect faded, then I overread an early wobble, and the follow-up they keep publishing means the answer will exist and be checkable. If firms rebuild the apprenticeship somewhere else, inside the tools themselves or in training that actually replaces the lost repetitions, then the seed corn problem has a solution, and the alarm was a design prompt rather than a verdict. And if the pattern stays confined to a few occupations while the rest of the entry level carries on, then this was a story about software and customer service, not about work, and it should be retold at that size. None of those have happened as of this writing. The economists updating the data said late this spring that whatever the effect is, it isn't going away. The people in that payroll data are a few years younger than I am, and that is not a detail a person gets to skip past. The cohort right behind mine is the first to arrive at the entry rung and find it partly gone, and nobody decided that about them. No policy was passed. No company announced it. A few million hiring decisions, each individually made sense, and the sum of them is a generation's apprenticeship, going the way the endings went in Chapter 11, removed not by malice but by optimization, 1 reasonable quarter at a time. When Modi's forecast and the CE columnists calling it hype have both been forgotten, the thing that will have mattered is whether the rungs were still there. Because Chapter 8's finding doesn't bend. Skill lives in repetitions. The repetitions lived in the jobs nobody thought were important. And what requires only a forecast to dismiss now will require a generation to rebuild, on a schedule nobody is keeping, for a shortage that no current number anywhere is counting. The prologue of this book only works because of an accident of birth timing, and everything from here on is about the people the accident excludes. I could write when I was 5. The computer was in a room, because for me it was... And the room is the whole trick of the sentence. A person born in 2019 has a 5 that contained everything. The screen was in the crib room, in the car, in the restaurant, in the waiting hand of every adult. There will be no room for them to remember the computer being in, because the computer was never in a room. It was in the world, the way weather is. I'm at the back edge of the people who can compare, which the prologue said as a credential. This chapter is what it looks like as a responsibility. Chapter 2 established that a person can't feel a change that arrives under the line because the baseline travels with them. A child is the limit case of that finding, and the limit case is worse than the general one. A child doesn't have a traveling baseline. A child is acquiring the baseline. Whatever the room contains when they arrive gets written down not as a change to be evaluated, but as the shape of reality, the way the house phone and the waiting got written into me. Nobody ever adapts to their native environment, because adapting implies a before, and there is no before. There's just the world as found, which means the defaults from Chapter 6 become something else at the generational seam. For me, autoplay in the feed and the notification are settings decided by strangers that I never examined. For someone born into them, they aren't settings, they're physics, and the plain name for an environment of unexamined decisions passed from the people who made them to people who can't see them is an inheritance, so that's the word I'll use, including for the parts of the estate nobody would choose to leave. The first thing an heir deserves is a straight accounting, and on the biggest question in this territory, the straight accounting is that the experts are at war. In March of 2024, the psychologist Jonathan Haidt published The Anxious Generation, arguing that the move to a phone-based childhood dated to the early 2000s, rewired adolescence and drove the surge in teen anxiety and depression that shows up in the data of a dozen countries. The book became the best-selling social science title of its year and set off a policy wave that's still breaking. The Surgeon General called for warning labels on social media, the way cigarettes carry them. The Los Angeles School District, one of the largest in the country, voted to ban phones in schools, and states followed, and phone bans in schools have become the rare policy with support across a divided country. 3 days after the book came out, one of the most respected researchers in the field reviewed it in Nature and called its central claim unsupported by science. Candace Odgers wasn't quibbling. Her review said that hundreds of researchers had looked for effects the size Haidt describes and found small, mixed, or no associations, that the biggest long-term study of adolescent brains had found no drastic changes tracking technology use, and that where associations exist, the arrow may run backward, with kids who are already struggling using the platforms more and differently. Other senior researchers said versions of the same thing. Extraordinary claims, one put it, require extraordinary evidence he doesn't have. This book has a rule for moments like this set in Chapter 5 with the radicalization literature, and the rule is that a live dispute among careful people gets reported as one, not adjudicated by an author who wants one side to be true. So here's the honest sentence, and the reader deserves it more than a verdict. The people who study this for a living do not agree about whether the phone-based childhood is causing the mental health decline. The decline itself is real and severe in the surveys of many countries, and anybody who tells you the science is settled in either direction is selling something. I have a strong intuition here, and the register of this book says my intuition is not evidence, and it especially is not evidence on the question where I'd most like it to be. But the harm question was never the only question, and the peculiar thing about this spring is that while the scientists went on disputing what the products do to children, a jury got to read what the companies said to each other about acquiring them. Chapter 11 covered the verdicts and their softeners, the appeals and the sample of one, and none of that gets repeated here. 2 exhibits belong here, and only 2. An internal meta document shown to the Los Angeles jury on how to win big with teens, concluding they'd need to bring users in as tweens. And internal data showing 11-year-olds were 4 times as likely to keep coming back to Instagram as to competitor apps on a platform whose own terms require users to be 13. Hold the 2 records side by side because the adjacency is the finding. Whether the products harm children is genuinely contested by serious people with the evidence mixed. Whether children were pursued as an acquisition strategy below the platform's own age line is not contested. It's in the exhibits, dated, in the author's own words. The science may take another decade to converge. The targeting has a paper trail now, and the reader can do the arithmetic on what it means to run an acquisition strategy on a population, while the question of what the product does to that population is still open. And the inheritance has a second wing, quieter than the first. And Chapter 4, Built It. A child born this year enters the pool before entering the world. There are appointment records and purchase histories that describe them before they have a name, and photographs of them online before they can object, posted in love by people doing what everyone does. Their movements will be in the plate tables from the first ride home. By the time they're old enough to be asked for consent to anything, there will exist a longer record about them than existed about any adult in any previous century, assembled with no malice, by systems doing what Chapter 1 said systems do, which is write everything down because writing it down is cheaper than deciding. I got the last childhood with a gap in the record. That's the estate document nobody drew up. The 400 pictures in the drawer that no one has looked at are, it turns out, a kind of wealth, because the drawer is where they stop. Mine was the last cohort whose embarrassments biodegrade, whose worst evening at 16 exists only in the failing memories of the 11 people who were there. Chapter 3's mercy applied to a whole life. What my inheritors get instead is the record that doesn't reconstruct, doesn't decay, and doesn't generalize, attached to them from the sonogram forward. Nobody chose to leave them that. It's in the estate anyway. The case against all of this is the oldest case there is, and you should hear it with its full record attached. Every generation has believed the world it hands down is uniquely corrupted. Socrates worried writing would ruin memory, which is the first page of this book. The novel was a vice, television a wasteland, and the kids turned out fine. Or at least turned out, over and over, for as long as elders have been filing this complaint. The kids these days reflex is so reliable that researchers have measured it operating in people whose own childhoods drew the identical complaint. On this record, a 27-year-old writing worried chapters about children's screens is a genre, not an observation, and the genre's accuracy rate is terrible. 2 things survive that objection, and only 2, so they'd better be stated exactly. The first is that the previous panics were about content and conduct, what the young read and watched, and how they behaved, and the elders were reliably wrong because the young were doing what the young always do, which is furnishing their own minds with their own era's materials. This chapter has tried to stand somewhere narrower, on the environment rather than the content, on defaults set by companies with acquisition memos, and on record that never forgets, neither of which any previous generations. Inheritance included. Maybe that's a distinction the next 50 years will laugh at. It's stated here so it can be checked. The second is smaller, and it's personal. The complaint of every previous elder was that the young had abandoned the old ways. I have no old ways to defend. I'm not writing from the world before. I barely saw it at counter height, and this book opened by admitting the memory is unreliable. What I have isn't a better childhood to hold up. It's only the comparison itself. The fact of having stood in 2 rooms, and the knowledge, from Chapter 2, that the comparison dies with the people who can make it. That's not wisdom. It's a perishable good, and it expires with my cohort, which is the whole reason to write it down while it's still in date. The house number from the start of this book is still in me, and it's still the only one. It lives where it always lived, in a rhythm, below the part of me that decides things. It's the smallest unit of what a childhood used to deposit in a person. One fact, learned by the body, carried for life, needed by no one anymore. Nobody born after me will hold a number like that, and nothing about that is a tragedy, and everything about it is the subject of this book. The inheritance runs in both directions. I got the waiting and the boredom and the unreachable Saturday afternoons, and the number and the gap in the record. What I can leave is smaller than what I got. It's an account of the difference, dated and checked, paid for in spent evenings, which is the one kind of record. Chapter 12 says can't be produced at scale, and Chapter 3 says won't be revised. This book is that account. The last chapter of it says who it's for. On the night of March 8th, 1971, while most of the country was listening to Muhammad Ali fight Joe Frazier at Madison Square Garden, 8 people broke into an FBI field office in Media, Pennsylvania, and took every document in the filing cabinets. They'd picked the night for the fight. A cab driver, a daycare director, 2 professors, ordinary people calling themselves the Citizens Commission to investigate the FBI, betting correctly that the police and the neighbors and the night itself would be facing a radio. They got out with more than 1,000 classified files and started mailing them to newspapers. Some of the papers alerted the FBI and declined to publish. Enough didn't. And inside the files was a word nobody outside the Bureau had ever seen, COINTELPRO, and behind the word was 15 years of the Federal Police of the United States running a secret program against its own citizens. Chapter 4 gave this 3 sentences and promised it would get its treatment later. This is later. The program had run since 1956. Its stated mission, in the Bureau's own language, under the personal direction of J. Edgar Hoover, was to expose, disrupt, and neutralize domestic political movements, not investigate, neutralize, civil rights organizations, the anti-war movement, black booksellers, feminist groups, elected officials. The Bureau surveilled Martin Luther King for years, and at one point mailed him a package containing recordings from his hotel rooms and an anonymous letter that he and his associates read as an invitation to kill himself before his sins were made public. While that letter is not an allegation, the Senate confirmed it. Because the burglary worked, that is the machinery to watch. The same machinery as Chapter 4, 70 years earlier. The files created pressure. The pressure survived 4 years of official reluctance, and in 1975, Senator Frank Church convened the committee that put the whole record under oath. The Church Committee confirmed the program's scope, confirmed the King letter, confirmed 15 years of operations against lawful political activity, and said on the record that the Bureau had functioned as a secret police inside a democracy. Out of it came the oversight committees, new guidelines for domestic intelligence, and eventually the FISA Court, the architecture of supervision that exists to this day. Now, the part that this book exists to hold up to the light. For those 15 years, no audit found it. No inspector general found it. No court found it. No one inside the government found it. Or the ones who found it kept it. The entire modern structure of intelligence oversight exists because 8 private citizens with a crowbar picked the right night and were never caught, and didn't tell anyone for 43 years. The system did not correct itself. It was corrected from outside by luck and nerve, once and everything since runs. Downstream of that one night. Schelling has to come back here because this is where his board meets its limit, and the limit is the spine of this book. The coins explain, the cameras. Chapter 4 held that line, and it holds. 6,000 towns, cheap censors, no meeting, a pool assembled out of reasonable purchases, an outcome nobody intended emerging from arithmetic. Emergence is a real explanation, and this book has spent 15 chapters showing how much of the present it covers. It does not cover a letter. There's no version of the board where the coins write to a minister suggesting he end his life. Somebody drafted that. Somebody approved the surveillance that produced the recordings. Somebody selected the excerpts. Somebody composed the sentences. Somebody drove it to a mailbox. COINTELPRO was rooms, memos, a director, a budget, targets chosen by name for 15 years, inside the same government that was simultaneously producing the interstate highways and the moon program, which settles the question Chapter 1 raised, and this book has been carrying since. It was never emergence or intent, it was always both, in layers, and the layers use each other. Emergence builds the capability, cheap and deniable and unplanned. Intent picks it up. The pool assembles itself, and then a person with a purpose walks down to the water. The 70-year record of the second half is what Chapter 4 called not ambiguous, and here's that record, given its dates. In 2002, the year after the towers came down, the Pentagon decided to build the pool on purpose. The program was called Total Information Awareness, run out of DARPA by Admiral John Poindexter, and its ambition was in the name. Mine everything. Credit cards, medical records, travel, communications, the whole transactional exhaust of American life, searched by computers for the patterns of terrorism before the terrorism happened. They gave it a logo, and the logo is the kind of detail a novelist would cut as too much. A pyramid with an eye on top of it, casting light over the globe. The public saw it, and the public killed it. A famous columnist told his readers they were all suspects now. The backlash crossed. Parties, an attached project for trading futures on assassinations. Finished the job, Poindexter resigned, and in September of 2003, Congress defunded the office. It's the plainest case in this book of the thing everybody says can't happen. The public looked at the cathedral's blueprints, said no, and the blueprints were shredded. Oversight worked. Then the Appropriations Act's fine print did what fine print does. The committee that killed the program allowed components of it to continue under other offices, and the trade press noticed at the time, in exactly these words, that the effect would be to make the surviving programs less visible and less accountable. Reporting in the years after, by the journalist Shane Harris and others, established where they went. The projects were renamed, moved to the classified side of the budget, and transferred mostly into the National Security Agency, which, unknown to nearly everyone at the time, was already running warrantless collection of its own. The nation had refused the pyramid, and the pyramid said thank you, changed its name, and moved somewhere with no visitors' entrance. 10 years later, a contractor named Snowden walked out with the documents that showed what had been built there. The public went through the cycle again, and Congress passed reforms again, and Chapter 4 already recorded the current lap of it. Agencies found buying from data brokers the location records they'd need warrants to collect, investigated, stopped, and resumed inside 3 years. Set the two stories side by side, 50 years apart, and look at the shape they share. Nobody builds a cathedral. That's the thing about cathedrals. They took centuries, and every mason and bishop and donor who worked on one died before it was done, and no single plan survived from the first stone to the last. And the result is nonetheless unmistakably a building, unmistakably intentional, and unmistakably in the service of one purpose across all the generations of hands. A cathedral is what you get when emergence and intent take turns. The town's wealth accumulates on its own. The vaulting is engineering nobody fully controls. And at every stage, somebody with a purpose directs the next course of stone, and then is replaced, and the purpose survives the person. That's the structure the record shows. The capability accumulates. Bottom up, cameras and brokers and defaults. The coins, no architect. The use is directed top-down by whoever holds office over it that decade. Hoover or Poindexter or an officer typing a woman's plate into a box, each of them mortal and replaceable and gone, while the building stays and rises. Exposure works every time, and it doesn't last every time. The burglary produced the church committee. The backlash killed the office. The contractor's documents produced reform. Each scandal removes a gargoyle. None has ever stopped the construction, because the construction has no headquarters to stop. It has a logic, and the logic rehires. So the real version of the question people ask, which is who is behind all this, has an answer, and the answer is worse than a villain. Behind the pool, nobody, truly, Chapter 1 meant it. Behind the draining, a succession 70 years long, fully documented, of specific people in specific rooms, each of whom was eventually caught by a burglar or a committee or an audit log, and each of whom was succeeded. You cannot expose it once because it is not a secret once. It is a secret serially. The reader who wants a conspiracy will always be wrong about the architecture and right about the intent. And the reader who scoffs at conspiracies will always be right about the architecture and wrong about the intent, and both of them will keep being half correct until they read the committee reports, which are public, and say all of this, in the government's own words, decade after decade. Which brings us back to Watertown Plank Road, because Chapter 4 ended in that parking lot, and I owe you the honest update, which is that I still haven't stood in it. It's been over a year now. I live in Florida, and the checking I can do from here is the kind this whole book runs on. I opened the public map again this month from a kitchen table on the other side of the country, and the camera is still listed at that lot. The same dot at the same corner, feeding the same network. Reading every car that rolls onto a right-of-way, the boards have held up since 1853. I didn't need to go home to know what's reading the cars there. Nobody needs to go anywhere anymore. That's the finding, and it deserves to be said slowly. The 8 people in media needed a crowbar and a fight night. I needed a browser, and that station is still the first stop of every trip home, the tank filled 2 miles from the house, the landmark that says I'm back before the house does. The next time I pull in there, I'll know exactly what the lot knows, and I'll fill the tank anyway, and both of those will be true at once, which is by now this book's oldest, shape. That station is also the first stop of every trip home, and I won't pretend otherwise. The tank filled 2 miles from the house, the landmark that says I'm back before the house does. The next time I pull in there, I'll know exactly what the lot knows, and I'll fill the tank anyway, and both of those will be true at once, which is by now this book's oldest shape. And the road's been a toll road before. You paid the plank company a penny a mile, and everyone understood the arrangement, and the toll house was a building you could see, with a keeper in it, and when the road stopped being worth the toll house closed. The toll now is a row and a table, levied on every passage, payable to parties no one at the pump could name, at a booth with no keeper, on a road that's free. Underneath the asphalt, the boards. Above the asphalt, the box. 170 years of infrastructure in one vertical yard, and every era's layer was installed for reasons that made sense at the time, and only one of the layers takes anything from you, and it's the one nobody can see. What the 8 burglars and media pried loose ran the length of one filing cabinet wall, at a cost and nerve I can't properly imagine. The equivalent record now would not fit in a building. It writes itself continuously about everyone, including the woman whose plate got typed into the box, including the officers who typed it, including a man in Florida checking a map of a parking lot he hasn't stood in for a year. The cathedral got finished. Nobody announced it, because Chapter 2 says the finishing of a thing built under the line is not an event anyone can feel. But put the boards in the box in one frame, with the record running between them, and the construction sounds have stopped. What's left is what happens in a finished building. On the 30th of May, 2023, a statement went up on a website. It is 22 words long, and there is no second paragraph. It says that mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority, and it puts that priority alongside pandemics and nuclear war. It was signed by the chief executive of OpenAI, and the chief executive of Google DeepMind, and the chief executive of Anthropic. The 3 people running the 3 leading laboratories on Earth put their names to a sentence placing the thing they build in the same category as nuclear weapons. Hundreds of researchers signed, underneath them, and then all 3 of them went to work on Monday. I want to go back and get the word right first, because it has been handled so badly for so long that most people arguing about it are arguing about different things. It starts with a conversation nobody wrote down. In the 1950s, the mathematician Stanislaw Ulam recalled John von Neumann talking about the accelerating pace of technology and saying it gave the appearance of approaching some essential singularity in the history of the race, beyond which human affairs as we know them could not continue. That is the first use of the word, in this sense that anybody can point to, and it is secondhand, and it is a paraphrase of a dead man by a friend. In 1965, a British statistician named I. J. Good made it specific. He wrote about what he called an ultra-intelligent machine, and his argument was one step long. Designing machines is an intellectual activity. A machine better than us at intellectual activities would therefore be better than us at designing machines. So it would design a better one, and that one would design a better one. And the interesting part is not the first machine, but the sequence that follows. Good called that machine the last invention that man need make. He also thought it would probably be built before the end of the 20th century. Then in March of 1993, a mathematics professor at San Diego State gave a paper at a NASA symposium and gave the idea its name and its deadline. Werner Vinge opened with 2 sentences that are still the bluntest thing in the literature. Within 30 years, he wrote, "We will have the technological means to create superhuman intelligence. Shortly after, the human era will be ended." He chose the word from physics, where singularity is a point at which your equations stop returning answers. He did not mean an explosion. He meant a horizon, a place past which you cannot see, not because it is dark, but because the tools you would use to look are the ones that stop working. 2 things about that paper that I did not expect and have not been able to leave alone. The first is arithmetic. 30 years from 1993 is 2023. The deadline in the founding document of this entire idea has passed. It went by while everybody was still asking when it would happen, and I have not found anybody who marked the date. Vinge died the following year. The second thing is smaller, and it stopped me for a while. He was born in Waukesha, Wisconsin. That is about 15 minutes from the gas station in the first chapter of this book. The man who named the thing everybody is waiting for grew up on the same county map as the road with the planks under it. I do not think that means anything. I am recording it because it is true, and because I sat with it longer than I expected to. Here's what I think the word has been doing to us, and it goes back to the second chapter. Everybody is waiting for an event, and they are waiting for a specific one. A machine wakes up. There is a moment. Somebody in a lab watches a screen and understands that something on the other side of it is looking back. That is not a prediction. That is a story shape. It is the shape we use for everything, because it is the only shape a person can perceive from inside. Chapter 2 was about a nervous system that registers edges and cannot register slopes, and about a baseline that travels along with you so that nothing ever crosses anything. If the change arrives as an event, we will see it. If it arrives as an accumulation, we are, as equipment, blind to it. So the thing everybody is watching for is the one version of this that we would be capable of noticing. That is not a reason to expect it. It is a reason to be suspicious of the expectation. On the 10th of June, 2025, the man running the largest of those laboratories published an essay on his personal blog. The first line is that we are past the event horizon and the takeoff has started. He called the essay "The Gentle Singularity." The word he chose to lead with was gentle, and the observation he keeps returning to in it is that so far this is much less weird than it seems like it should be, that wonders become routine and then become table stakes, and that it happens bit by bit. A year later, in July of 2026, he said it out loud on a podcast. We are in the singularity now. This is the moment. He said he had been waiting for it his whole life. I've read that essay a number of times, and I want to record something about it that took me a while to see. That is my argument. That is this book, published as a blog post a year before I started writing, by the person with the most to gain from it being true. Which brings up the thing that has to be held at the same time. He is selling it. Past the event horizon raises capital and recruits researchers, and gentle keeps legislators in their chairs. And a man who needed both of those at once would write exactly that essay. That does not make him wrong. It means the person telling you the truth about this has a reason to be telling you, and you should take the truth and keep the reason in view. Both of those are observations. Neither cancels the other. Now the people who left. In May of 2023, Geoffrey Hinton, who did as much as anyone alive to build the field, left Google specifically so that he could talk about the risks without it reflecting on an employer. In May of 2024, the co-founder and chief scientist of OpenAI resigned. Within hours, so did the man co-leading the team whose entire job was working out how to control systems more capable than people. A few days later, that team stopped existing. He wrote afterward that building machines smarter than humans is an inherently dangerous endeavor, that the company was carrying an enormous responsibility on behalf of everyone alive, and that over the past years, safety culture and processes had taken a backseat to shiny products. He mentioned, almost as an aside, that his team had struggled to get enough computing time to do the work. Another researcher walked away from equity reported at around $1.75 million, rather than sign the agreement they wanted him to sign on the way out. Another said on his way out that neither his employer nor any other laboratory at the frontier was ready. By the middle of that year, over half the people working on long-term safety at that company were gone. This next part took the longest to understand, and it is the third time this book has arrived at the same place from a different direction. For years, leaving quietly was the only affordable option. Departing employees had been asked to sign a non-disparagement agreement in order to keep equity they had already earned. Say why you left, lose it. The company changed the practice in 2024 and apologized, and the chief executive said publicly that he had not known about it and should have, and documents obtained by reporters indicated that he and other senior people had signed off on the provisions. So when somebody asks why more insiders have not come forward, part of the answer is that coming forward had a price, and the price was itemized. What we have heard from inside those buildings is not what is known in there. It is what a small number of people were willing to lose money to say. Which leaves the question I could not get past for months. If they believe it, why don't they stop? Ask any of them and you get the same answer. And it is not a stupid answer. If I stop, I don't stop it. I stop me. The work continues with whoever didn't stop, and I think they'll be less careful than I would have been, and the world is safer with me at the front than behind. I've written that sentence down twice in this book now, and the first time it was a town council. Same structure. A single actor cannot halt a thing by abstaining from it. Withdrawing does not remove the outcome. It removes you from the room where the outcome is being shaped, and hands the shaping to somebody with fewer scruples. Every one of them is reasoning correctly. 6,000 councils and about 4 companies, and the arithmetic does not change with the size of the chair. This is also why they keep asking to be regulated, and I think reading that as public relations is lazy. Look at what is actually being requested. They're asking somebody else to acquire the power to make them stop, because they have worked out that they cannot do it themselves. That is not a company managing its image. That is a person asking you to hide the car keys. In March of 2023, an open letter went round calling for a pause on the largest training runs. 30,000 people signed it. One of them founded an AI laboratory 4 months later. I have stopped reading that as a joke about that particular man. He wanted everyone to stop. Everyone did not stop. Once that was clear, the only move left on the board was to run, and he ran, and I am not certain what I would have done. Now the case against all of this, at full strength, because there is a good one and it deserves better than a paragraph. The first version is that this is marketing. Every one of those statements benefits the person making it. A technology described as world-ending is a technology worth enormous amounts of money, and a laboratory that says only it can be trusted with the world-ending technology has just described a regulatory moat around itself. The extinction statement and the request for licensing both point the same direction, which is toward fewer competitors and higher barriers, and it would be naive not to notice that. The second version is about the definitions. There's no agreed meaning of the word singularity. Good meant recursive self-improvement, and there is no public evidence of a system meaningfully improving its own design in the way he described. Vinge meant superhuman intelligence and the end of the human era, and by that standard the claim is plainly false, because the human era is proceeding and you are reading a book. If you use the strict versions, we are not there, and it is not close. The third version is the one from chapter 13, and it applies here with full force. Every generation believes it is standing at the threshold. The people who said the telegraph would end war, and the people who said television would end literacy, and the people who said the internet would end. Nations were all sincere, and all specific, and all wrong, and every one of them could have produced a list of alarmed experts. I cannot dismiss any of those, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. The strongest position available to anybody arguing with me is that a group of people with enormous financial interest in a story have been telling that story loudly, and that a man in Florida read it and believed them. So here is what would settle it, which is the promise from chapter 1. Again, if the capability curve flattens, if the systems available in 2030 are recognizably the same as the ones available now, better at the edges and no different in kind, then this was a plateau being sold as a takeoff, and I was one of the people who bought it. If the people saying it stop saying it. Public statements are cheap, and they reverse. If the same executives are describing this as a useful productivity tool in 5 years, that tells you what the earlier language was for, and if the delegation reverses. This is the one I would watch hardest. If the tasks handed over start coming back, if organizations conclude the trade was bad and return the work to people, then what I have described is a fashion rather than a direction. Fashions reverse constantly. Directions do not. I will report all 3 at the end of this book, including the ones that go against me. But I think the question itself is built wrong, and this is the thing I would most like to hand over. Has a machine woken up is a question about an object. It asks whether something in a building somewhere has crossed from not a mind into mind. And it is a real question, and nobody can currently answer it, and it may not be answerable in principle. Has a civilization crossed a functional threshold is a different question entirely, and it is about us rather than about the machine, and it does not require anything in that building to be awake. Ask it that way, and it is not even difficult. Are large numbers of decisions now made by processes no individual fully understands? Are answers, images, voices, code, and judgments now produced faster than they can be checked? Is the environment most people think inside now assembled by systems optimizing for something nobody voted on? Has the interval between capability jumps collapsed below the interval at which institutions can respond? Every one of those is checkable, and every one of them is yes. Vinge's own definition was a horizon past which the old models stop returning answers, not a machine. A place where prediction fails. By that definition, the question of whether anything is conscious never had to come into it at all, and the people arguing about consciousness have been arguing about the one part of this that does not matter. There is a sentence in the front of this book that I wrote down before I knew what I was writing. What once required effort becomes immediate. What once required skill becomes available. What once required a person requires only permission, and what requires only permission eventually stops asking. I meant it about tools. I did not have anything as large as this in mind when I wrote it, and I have since found that everyone in this chapter is somewhere on that line, and most of them are further along it than they would like to be. The researchers who left were asking for compute and not getting it. The chief executives are asking legislators for a power that would be used against themselves. The town councils were asking whether to buy something that was going to exist in their county, regardless of what they decided. Every one of them still had to ask somebody. Every one of them found that asking had stopped working. So let me put it in one place, because this is the paragraph the whole book has been walking toward. The people who built it signed a statement putting it next to nuclear war. The people whose job was making it safe have mostly gone, and the ones who could afford to speak said the safety work was losing to the product work. The people running it are asking governments to take away their ability to continue, which is what you do when you have privately concluded that you cannot stop. And the man running the largest of them has said in public, twice on the record, that we are already inside it. None of that is hidden. All of it is dated. Most of it arrived in a feed, between other things, on an ordinary afternoon, and I have to be exact about what followed, because the honest answer is not nothing. An earlier version of this page said nothing followed, and that was too clean, and too clean is exactly the thing this book is supposed to catch. It was news. It ran everywhere for about a day, which is how I heard about it. There were hearings and summits. 2 months after the statement, 7 companies stood at the White House and made voluntary commitments, including testing their systems before releasing them. The following year, 2 of the leading laboratories signed agreements giving a new Federal Safety Institute access to their major models before the public got them. 28 countries in the European Union met in England that fall and signed a declaration about the risk. And by this summer, there's an executive order and a 30-day window in which agencies can examine a frontier model before wide release, and in July, the newest model from the largest. Laboratory sat in a government-gated preview for 12 days before anyone else saw it. The people who signed the 22 words did not go silent afterward. They went to Washington repeatedly and helped draft the framework that now reviews them. Now read the other column, because it changes what the first column means. Every item on that list is voluntary, and the word is load-bearing. The order that created the review states in its own text that it creates no licensing and no pre-clearance. When the 12-day preview ended, the White House went out of its way to say it had not granted approval or clearance, and that release decisions rest entirely with the companies. The Safety Institute got renamed and pointed toward competitiveness, and the reporting requirement from the previous administration was revoked by the next one. The licensing agency the executives asked Congress for in 2023 was never created, so the arrangement, as of this writing, is a strange and specific one. The laboratories submit their models to a reviewer who has no authority to say no, wait out a window that is optional, and proceed when the government indicates it has no further objection, and everyone involved agrees on the record that no permission is being sought and none is being granted. Chapter 8 ended on a sentence about arrangements exactly like that one, and it holds here without a word changed. What never followed is the other thing, the thing this page actually means. Nobody I know changed a single arrangement in their life. I read the 22 words the week they went up, and I remember thinking, that was quite a thing to sign, and then I put the phone down and went and did whatever I was going to do, and that is the entire record of what the most consequential sentence available to a human being did to my Tuesday. That is what I mean when I say we are already past it. Not that anything woke up, and not that nothing was done, because things were done. In committee rooms, with frameworks, that the people best placed to sound an alarm sounded it, in the plainest language available, with their own names attached, and the sum of everything that followed made no difference to a single afternoon of anybody's life, including mine. There was never going to be a siren. This was the siren. Chapter 18. After the beginning. I promised in the first chapter that the checking would be reported, including the parts that went against me. Most of that debt has been paid inside the chapters as it came due, and the balance is in the chapter before the one you just read. What's left to do here is the only thing left worth doing, which is to lay the entries down in the order the world produced them, with their dates, and get out of the way. No argument follows the list. The argument was the book. These are the entries as they arrived, the ones that helped me, and the ones that didn't, and you can do your own arithmetic. 1848. Wisconsin charters a company to lay planks over a mud road. The road is finished in 1853 and obsolete by 1855, and the boards are still under the asphalt. 1884. The rarest metal in America is set on top of the Washington Monument. 14 months later, a college graduate in a shed makes it worthless. 1906. The most famous bandleader in the country predicts recorded music will end amateur music making. In 1929, he writes, "I was wrong. The parlor pianos go silent anyway." 1917. Two girls photograph paper fairies and fool the inventor of Sherlock Holmes. 1954. The chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission predicts electricity too cheap to meter. It never comes. 1956. The FBI begins a program to expose, disrupt, and neutralize domestic political movements. It runs 15 years without any part of the government finding it. 1961. The chairman of the FCC calls television a vast wasteland, in the same speech where he says that when television is good, nothing is better. 1965. A statistician writes that an ultra-intelligent machine would be the last invention man need make. 1971. 8 citizens with a crowbar empty an FBI field office on the night of the Allie Frazier fight. The church committee follows, and the oversight system we have descends from that burglary. 1971. An economist tells an audience that a wealth of information will create a poverty of attention. He is describing photocopiers. 1971. Researchers begin measuring how fast pilots forget instrument flying. 1993. A mathematician from Waukesha, Wisconsin tells a NASA symposium that within 30 years there will be the means to create superhuman intelligence, and that shortly after, the human era will be ended. 1997. A captain in Dallas tells a room of pilots they have become children of the magenta, and that about 2/3 of his airline's incidents trace to automation dependency. 2003, 2 researchers show that one sentence on an organ donor form moves consent from around 12% to around 99%. 2005, engineers at Microsoft build a search page that never reaches the bottom. 2009. In February, 50 people die near Buffalo, and over the 16 years that follow, the airlines of this country lose 2 passengers, both to engine debris. In June, over the Atlantic, an autopilot hands a working airplane to 2 pilots, trained never to need the skill it required, and 228 people fall for 4 minutes and 23 seconds. 2011. A study finds people remember where to find things instead of the things. Its most famous half later fails to replicate twice. 2012. The final report on the Atlantic crash recommends that pilots be trained to fly. 2013. In January, the FAA asks airlines in writing to let pilots practice. In June, a contractor reveals what was built where a defunded surveillance program went. Wikipedia views on watched topics dropped 20%, and the trend does not recover. 2015. A study of over 600,000 mammograms finds the computer assistance insurers paid extra for improved nothing and made some readers slightly worse. 2016. A deep learning pioneer says people should stop training radiologists. In March, a program beats one of the best Go players alive, and a photo app removes its chronological feed, and I'm 16 and angry about the photo app. 2022. On November 30th, a chat window opens to the public. 100 million people arrive inside 2 months. When surveyed that spring, 1 in 7 American adults has tried it. It feels like all of them. 2023. In May, the chief executives of the 3 leading laboratories sign a 22-word statement placing their work alongside pandemics and nuclear war and go to work on Monday. In July, 7 companies stand at the White House and promise, voluntarily, to test their systems before releasing them. In June, a declassified report confirms the intelligence agencies buy Americans' commercial data and did not know how much. In September, an inspector general finds 3 federal agencies broke the law with purchase location data, and that supervisors never opened the audit logs. 2024. In January, a finance worker joins a video call where every colleague is generated and wires $25 million. In May, the safety leadership of the leading laboratory resigns, and one writes that safety culture has taken a backseat to shiny products. 2025. In January, the rule requiring the largest training runs to be reported to the government is revoked. In May, reporters find 4,000 immigration searches in the license plate network, and one search, from Texas, for a woman who ended a pregnancy, with the reason typed into the box. The same month, an executive predicts half of entry-level white-collar jobs may go inside 5 years and offers no study, and his critics offer none either. In June, the man running the largest laboratory writes that we are past the event horizon, and that intelligence too cheap to meter is within grasp. In August, a Lancet journal reports that doctors using AI in colonoscopies detect less without it than they did before they met it, and Stanford economists report that workers aged 22 to 25 in the most exposed occupations are the only ones whose employment is falling. 2026. In February, a California city discovers 250 unapproved agencies ran 600,000 searches on its cameras and cancels that night unanimously. In March, a Los Angeles jury reads a memo about bringing children in as tweens and finds 2 of the largest companies on Earth liable for the design of their feeds. In June, an executive order creates a voluntary 30-day review of frontier models and states in its own text that it grants no approval. In July, the newest model from the largest laboratory waits 12 days in a government preview, and the White House says no clearance was given, and the company agrees, and the model comes out. The same month, the executive who wrote about the event horizon says on a podcast that we are in the Singularity now. He says he has been waiting for it his whole life. Nothing followed that reached an ordinary afternoon. That is the ledger. I have read it more times than anyone else ever will, and I want to close by being exact about what it does and doesn't add up to. Because exactness is the only promise this book made. It does not add up to a machine waking. Nothing on the list requires one, and Chapter 17 stands. It does not add up to a conspiracy, and Chapter 16 shows why the truth is less comfortable than one. What it adds up to is what the first chapter said quietly, and the rest of the book checked. The entries agree. Different sources, different decades, no relation to one another, and they keep describing the same shape. Things that remember so they can guess. Guesses that become the easiest thing, and easiest things that become the world. Skill flowing toward whatever holds the repetitions. Value flowing toward whatever is still scarce. Capability assembling itself out of reasonable decisions. And intent, patient, and serial and documented, arriving afterward with a login. And one more thing the ledger shows that took me the whole book to see. Every correction on that list, every single one, came from a record and a person. The burglars and the files, the auditors and the logs, the volunteers and the map, the economists and the payroll data, the juries and the memos. Not once did the system notice itself. Every time, it was someone who wrote something down, or found what someone else wrote down, and refused to file it back. You will want to know what comes next. Every book like this gets asked, and this one has spent its whole length earning the right to refuse, because Chapter 13 is standing right there with the telegraph prophets, and the man who promised electricity too cheap to meter. A prediction here would be the book failing its own final exam. What follows comes in 2 registers, and the difference between them matters more than anything in either one. The first register is arithmetic. Every chapter in this book measured a curve, and a curve, unlike a prophecy, can be extended with a ruler. The second register is opinion. It is what I think, stated as what it is, which is one person's judgment about a future nobody has measured yet. Books like this one usually blend the two, and hope the reader cannot tell the difference. The rest of this book has been an argument for telling. Here is the ruler, and here is the assumption it runs on. Accumulation compounds. Every previous chapter watched capability arrive in increments too small to notice, and increments that feed on their own output do not add, they multiply. So the lines below are drawn faster than a straight edge would draw them, and that decision is mine, and it is the first place I could be wrong. By 2029, entry-level hiring in the most exposed occupations is down by a third or more from where it stood in 2024, and the phrase junior role has narrowed to mean something closer to apprentice than employee. The occupations I mean are the ones the payroll data already flagged, and the ones I have watched from inside my own industry: customer support and call centers, junior software development, the ticket queue work that used to be how a person learned a code base, paralegal document review, bookkeeping and accounts payable, data entry and back office administration, junior copywriting, ad copy, product descriptions, social media content, the entire bottom shelf of the business I work in, basic graphic design and stock photography, translation and transcription, first pass editing, entry-level recruiting and sourcing, market research, and the kind of analyst work that is mostly assembling what is already written down. What those have in common is not that they are easy. It is that they are documented, repeatable, and checkable without leaving a desk, which is the exact profile of work these systems do well and the exact profile of the job that used to teach you the profession. I do not think this takes a decade. I think it takes about 5 years, because the work at the bottom of a career ladder is precisely the work that is documented, repetitive, and cheap to verify, which is another way of saying it is the work these systems already do. The first firms to rebuild what they cut will do it after an incident, at cost, and they will call it a talent pipeline initiative rather than an admission. By 2031, some professional body publishes the first formal requirement that its members demonstrate the ability to work unaided. It will read like the aviation memo from Chapter 8 with new nouns in it, and it will be written after something went wrong. By 2032, verification is a line item. Proof of person appears on ordinary invoices the way postage did, provenance signing ships and cameras by default, and confidence in a recording is bought and metered, which means some people have less of it than others. By 2034, a field announces publicly that it cannot fill its senior positions because it stopped making juniors 10 years earlier, and seniority cannot be manufactured on demand. By 2037, the first people born after screens entered the crib turn 18. The comparison this book exists to preserve dies with the people holding it. That entry is not a forecast. It is a birthday, and it is the only line here that cannot be wrong. There is one more line to extend, and it is the one I have the best view of, because it runs through the room I work in. By 2030, synthetic content is indistinguishable, and I mean that in the narrow sense that you will not be able to tell, and neither will I. Content was the first thing these systems were pointed at. Images before anything else, then video, and that head start shows in the results. It already fools people every day on every platform I work on, and the only reason I still catch most of it is that I make this stuff for a living, and I know what the tells are. Those tells are disappearing on a schedule I can watch quarter by quarter. Within about 5 years, the gap closes for anything that is not a live event, and the question stops being whether a recording is real and becomes whether anybody bothered to check, which by Chapter 3 is the same as saying nobody will. The people building these systems have been saying for a while now that all of this ends in abundance. Everything gets cheap, everything gets made, and work becomes optional inside a decade. I think they are partly right, and I think the part they are right about is stranger than the way they say it, because this book already worked out what abundance does to a thing. It does not make the thing valuable and free. It makes the thing worthless and moves the value somewhere else. That is what happened to light, and it is what happened to aluminum, and it is what is happening to content right now, in public, at speed. So the honest version of the abundance promise is that content becomes infinite, and content stops being worth anything, not less valuable, worth nothing, in the way a photograph became worth nothing once every phone made hundreds of them, while the attention required to look at one stayed exactly as scarce as it was in 1884. The bottleneck was never making it. The bottleneck is the hours, and the hours do not scale, and no amount of abundance has ever produced a single additional one. And I should say the obvious thing about my own position here, because it would be cowardly not to. I make my living in social media and content. That is the category I just described. The work I do is already being done by systems that generate creative, publish it, read the performance data, and generate the next round tuned to what worked, faster than any person could brief a single version of it. This is not a forecast. There are businesses running that loop right now, publishing hundreds of ad variations a day on automated pipelines, and I have watched them do it. Today, I can usually tell which ones came out of a machine. In 5 years, I do not think I will be able to. And at that point, the job I have is not a job that needs me in it. So put my own occupation on the list from a few pages back, and not at the entry level either. Social media marketing, content production, creative testing, the whole apparatus of making things for feeds. It is documented, repeatable, measurable against performance data, and improvable by iteration, which is the exact profile I said these systems eat. I am describing the ground I am standing on, and I do not have a way to make that sound better than it is. Whether work becomes optional after that is a political question and not a technical one, and this book has no ruler for politics. What the record says is narrower and less comforting. Every previous time, a category of work got cheap. The value moved rather than vanished, and it moved toward whatever stayed scarce. Right now, the scarce things are the hours, the trust, and the person in the room. That is where I would be standing. Now the machinery underneath all of it, which this book has not covered, and should have. The money moving into compute right now is not software money, it is infrastructure money, the kind that buys land and turbines and transformers and fabrication plants, and it is running into two constraints at once. There are not enough advanced chips, which is why the largest companies in the world have stopped waiting in line for them and started proposing to build the factories themselves. And there is not enough power, which is why the other half of that money is going into generation and grid connections. Watch the utility filings and the interconnection queues and the county permits rather than the product launches, because that is where this becomes visible first, in the same boring paper trail every other chapter in this book learned to read. Quantum computing is in the same conversation and is not the same thing. Money is going into it. The timelines are contested by people who understand it far better than I do, and this book has no ruler for it, so I will not pretend otherwise. What that build-out is meant to produce is the question everyone skips to, and the honest answer is that superintelligence is a word doing an enormous amount of work for the people using it. What I can say from the record is narrower. Capability has not stopped improving, the investment now assumes it will not stop, and every institution that would have to notice a threshold has already demonstrated in this book that it does not notice thresholds. Which brings this to the question I have been circling for 200 pages, and I am moving into the second register now, and I want that stated plainly. The people building these systems have been asked, publicly, whether this ends humanity. Their answers are on the record, and they are not reassuring. One has put the odds of things going very badly at around a quarter. Others have named ranges in the low tens of percent. Several signed the 22 words in 2023, placing the risk beside pandemics and nuclear war, and then went back to work the next morning, which is the detailed chapter 17 could not get past, and neither can I. My own estimate is not derived from anything in this book. The method here measures what already happened, and extinction has not already happened. So take this as what it is. I think the probability that this technology ends humanity outright, this century, is real and small, somewhere in the single digits. I think the probability that it produces a catastrophe severe enough to be remembered as a rupture, something nearer the scale of a war than an accident, is considerably higher, and I would not argue with anyone who put that second number near 1 in 5. But here's the part I actually believe, and it is the only contribution this book can make to that argument. The extinction debate assumes a moment. It assumes something arrives, somebody decides, and the decision is either right or catastrophically wrong. Every chapter in this book documents the opposite. The plate readers arrived without a vote. The defaults were set without a screen where anyone could have objected. The pilots lost the skill without a day it happened. The entry rung is going missing right now, and nobody has held a meeting about it. Nothing in this record needed anyone in charge, and nothing in it announced itself. So the failure I find plausible is not the one in the movies. It is not a machine waking up and choosing. It is 1,000 ordinary handovers, each individually reasonable, each leaving people slightly less able to operate without the system that replaced them, until the arrangement is load-bearing and nobody alive remembers how to run the previous version. That is not extinction. It is dependency, arriving on a Tuesday, and it is far more likely than the version with the announcement in it. A civilization does not need to be destroyed to lose the ability to choose. It only needs to forget, incrementally, in the way this entire book has been describing. And there is a countervailing curve, the only one that has ever bent any of the others, and I think it moves faster than anything above. What comes back is the price of the human. Presence is already being priced. Live events cost what they cost, because a room full of people cannot be copied. In-person classes, phone-free venues, schools locking devices in pouches, matchmaking that verifies a person before it verifies anything else, therapy, hospitality, craft. The whole category of things whose entire value is that a person did them and you were there. Certified human becomes a label, the way organic did, which means it becomes real and gamed at the same time. And both of those will be true, and the market for it is going to be larger than the people currently building it expect. So what do you actually do about it? People my age are starting careers into this, and I get asked some version of that question, and I have an answer. It is not a satisfying one. Start with the part most people skip. Nobody's going to stop this. Not the men who signed the warning, not a regulator writing a memo after an incident, not a book. Once you accept that, the question changes. It stops being how to resist and becomes where to stand. I think there are two places worth standing, and they are at opposite ends. The first is work that needs a body in the room. The trades, which means plumbing and electrical and HVAC and welding, and the whole business of fixing physical things in places that are never the same twice. The hard part there was never the thinking. A machine still has to get up the ladder. Hands-on medicine belongs here too. Nursing and surgery and physical therapy and dentistry and elder care. The work of touching a person who is frightened. Emergency response, where the job is walking toward what everyone else is running from. Live performance and live sport, where the whole product is that it is happening right now and could go wrong. There is one more that nobody puts on these lists. Any job where a licensed person has to sign the document and answer for it afterward. A system cannot be held responsible. Somebody has to be, and that is not a technical problem that gets solved next year. I am leaving teaching off that list on purpose. I think teaching is going faster than most people in it believe, and so is a lot of the work people assume is safe, because it feels human. Feeling human is not the test. Requiring a human is the test. The second place to stand is inside the machinery, the models, the chips, the data centers, the power that runs them, whatever quantum computing turns out to be. That is where the money and the leverage are going, and there is no rule that says you have to watch it from outside. The middle is the problem. The middle is where the ladder is being taken away. So here's the honest version. If you cannot beat it, and nothing in this book suggests anybody has, then be irreplaceable or be inside. And I am not above any of this. I've spent 10 years in social media and content, one of the first places these tools arrived, and there is a chapter in this book about sitting down and finding I could not write a clean paragraph without help. What I do about it is what I just recommended. Keep doing some of it the hard way on purpose, and keep the record of having done it. And if the question is whether anything can be done at the level where this gets decided, the record has an answer, and it is smaller and more boring than people want. Every corrective entry in this ledger came from the same place, not from a federal moment, from a council agenda somebody read, a records request somebody filed, an audit log somebody pulled, a payroll file somebody analyzed. The venues that worked were local, and the instruments were documents. That is not a satisfying answer. It is the one the evidence supports. Some of the above will be wrong, and by this book's own evidence, the wrong entries will be the ones that sounded most certain. The Plateau Chapter 13 described may arrive and flatten every line here. Records keep meeting people, the way they did on every corrective entry of the ledger, and every curve above bends wherever that happens. And where it happens is the single thing no ruler can tell you, because it depends on whoever is holding this page. There are entries I did not write, the systems that introduce people to each other now, the ones that choose who you meet, and therefore who you love, deserve a ledger of their own, and somebody my age should write it, the ones that listen for loneliness, and sell company backed by subscription deserve a colder one. This book stopped where my own records stopped. An account that claimed to be complete would be the one kind of account you should not trust. So the account ends where the arithmetic ends, and what is left is not advice. Noticing harder is not a plan, and I will not pretend it is. What is left is the one practice that has worked 70 years running in every corrective entry on the record. Records, held by people, read on purpose. Keep something dated that you control. A notebook is one, a dated photograph is one, a council agenda, an audit log, a records request, a payroll file, a manuscript. It does not have to be interesting, and it will not feel like resistance, because it is not resistance. It is the only instrument that has ever survived a baseline that travels. The reason this works is the reason none of the rest of it works. You will update. The page will not. I was born at the edge of the before, and I wrote down what I could still see from here. The dates stop being useful from here. The prologue said, and it was righter than I knew, because from here the dates are yours to write and mine, and the ones above come due on schedule. Whoever finished this sentence wants you to have it. This was the account. It's yours now. Epilogue. An ordinary Sunday, August 9th, 2026, a Sunday on the west coast of Florida, and the errand was dog food. Stella eats better than I do. That's not an exaggeration, it's policy, and it meant a morning drive to the grocery store for the refrigerated kind, the food that looks like food. It was hot early, the way it gets here, sun all the way up by 9, and the birds loud about it, and the morning calm in the way a Sunday is calm when nothing is being asked of it. The men I see most mornings were in their usual spots, and I know their spots the way you know weather. At almost exactly 8:15, the cyclists came through in their bright line, the same group on the same bend of road, so close to the same minute that I've stopped being surprised by it. I hold a schedule of strangers in my head that I never chose to learn. Everything holds a schedule of everyone now. Mine is just the small local copy, kept the old way, in a body. In the store, the screens did what screens do, and my phone offered what it offers. There are cameras over the doors and above the registers, and I noticed all of it, the way you notice furniture, which is the entire difference writing a book makes, and it's not a large difference. I bought the dog food. On the way home, I stopped at the cafe I always stop at and got what I always get, the Italian sandwich and a lemonade. The lemon glazed cookie came too. It always does. A routine is just a preference that stopped asking. Then home, and Stella met me at the door with the enthusiasm she'd show a burglar, which is the honest thing about dogs, and we took the couch for the afternoon with a show on. When an episode ended, the next one started on its own, and I let it, and I noticed that I let it. At some point I wrote the date down, because the date is the part that holds still. From the camera's side of the morning, there was a sedan in 2 parking lots, a man buying refrigerated dog food, and a sandwich. In and out, inside 40 minutes. Plates read at both. That version of the Sunday is also true, and it is the one that will outlast this one. Nothing happened this morning. That's the entry. Nothing happened anywhere I could see, and everything in this book was running the entire time, and the two of those together are the world now. It was an ordinary Sunday inside the transition, indistinguishable from the Sundays before it, exactly as the book said it would be, and the dog slept against my leg while a show neither of us was fully watching played on, and for whatever it's worth on the record, it was a good one. Afterword. How this book was written. Before you put this down, you should know one more dated fact, and it belongs at the end for a reason I'll get to. This book was written by a person and an artificial intelligence working together from the first page. The model is called Claude. It is made by Anthropic, and if that name sounds familiar, it is because you read it in chapter 17, under the 22 words, not edited by one and not spell-checked by one, written with one. It may be the first book you've knowingly read that was made this way, and the word knowingly is doing real work in that sentence. And both of us understand that you have no way to check how much. Here's the division that actually existed. The memories are mine. The gas station, the drawer, the wrong wall, the house number, every scene reported as witnessed was witnessed by me, and where a working draft ever held a scene I hadn't lived, it was replaced with a true one, or cut before this reached you. The checking was shared. Every study, Every quote, every date was verified against sources before it went in, by the machine and by me, and the ones that cut against the book went in anyway, which was the promise made in Chapter 1, and it covered this page too. The sentences are where it stops being simple. They passed back and forth, draft after draft, mine into its, and its into mine, until somewhere in the middle of this book, the question of which sentences began, as who stopped having an answer I could give under oath. You may believe you could tell. Most readers will. The early chapters sound like a particular person from a particular town, and somewhere in the back half, maybe you felt the voice go a little smoother and a little more even. And maybe you didn't. I'm not going to tell you where the balance shifted, and you should sit with the reason. I'm not withholding it. I don't know. I went looking for the seam the way you might be about to, and I couldn't put my finger on the page any more than the frog could name the degree, or the town could name the day. The road stopped being the road. And if you are listening to this rather than reading it, sit with one more layer. The voice that has been reading to you is built from mine, a clone, made with my consent, trained on recordings of me. I could not tell you which breaths of it are mine either. You have been holding the question of this book in your ear the whole way through. That's why this note is at the end and not the beginning. If it had come first, you'd have spent the whole book listening for the machine, instead of hearing the argument, the way you can't unhear a click in a song. Instead, you just read it. Whatever you felt from inside, which means that for the length of one book, you lived the thing the book is about. A transition ran under you, unannounced, interval by interval, and you're being told now, after, which the book you're holding spent 18 chapters establishing is the only place anyone is ever told. I didn't do it to trick you, and the note on the front was there, so you'd know a reckoning was coming. I did it because a book making this argument the old way would be a report from the shore, and I wanted to hand you a specimen. From here on, every voice you read, anywhere, carries the question you're holding right now. I couldn't write a whole book about that and pretend this one was the exception. The account is still true. That's the part that matters, and it's the part we checked hardest. Who held the pen got complicated. What the pen wrote down did not. The end. That was after the beginning. Notes from inside a transition, written by Sam Moegenburg. The sources and verifications section, naming the documents behind every chapter, appears in the print and ebook editions. Epilogue. An ordinary Sunday, August 9th, 2026. A Sunday on the west coast of Florida, and the errand was dog food. Stella eats better than I do. That's not an exaggeration, it's policy, and it meant a morning drive to the grocery store for the refrigerated kind, the food that looks like food. It was hot early, the way it gets here, sun all the way up by 9, and the birds loud about it, and the morning calm in the way a Sunday is calm when nothing is being asked of it. The men I see most mornings were in their usual spots, and I know their spots the way you know weather. At almost exactly 8:15, the cyclists came through in their bright line, the same group on the same bend of road, so close to the same minute that I've stopped being surprised by it. I hold a schedule of strangers in my head that I never chose to learn. Everything holds a schedule of everyone now. Mine is just the small local copy, kept the old way, in a body. In the store, the screens did what screens do, and my phone offered what it offers. There are cameras over the doors and above the registers, and I noticed all of it, the way you notice furniture, which is the entire difference writing a book makes, and it's not a large difference. I bought the dog food. On the way home, I stopped at the cafe I always stop at and got what I always get, the Italian sandwich and a lemonade. The lemon glazed cookie came too. It always does. A routine is just a preference that stopped asking. Then home, and Stella met me at the door with the enthusiasm she'd show a burglar, which is the honest thing about dogs, and we took the couch for the afternoon with a show on. When an episode ended, the next one started on its own, and I let it, and I noticed that I let it. At some point I wrote the date down, because the date is the part that holds still. From the camera's side of the morning, there was a sedan and 2 parking lots, a man buying refrigerated dog food, and a sandwich. In and out inside 40 minutes. Plates read it both. That version of the Sunday is also true, and it is the one that will outlast this one. Nothing happened this morning. That's the entry. Nothing happened, anywhere I could see, and everything in this book was running the entire time, and the two of those together are the world now. It was an ordinary Sunday inside the transition, indistinguishable from the Sundays before it, exactly as the book said it would be, and the dog slept against my leg, while a show neither of us was fully watching played on. And for whatever it's worth on the record, it was a good one. Afterword, how this book was written. Before you put this down, you should know one more dated fact, and it belongs at the end for a reason I'll get to. This book was written by a person and an artificial intelligence working together from the first page. The model is called Claude. It is made by Anthropic, and if that name sounds familiar, it is because you read it in chapter 17, under the 22 words, not edited by one and not spell-checked by one, written with one. It may be the first book you've knowingly read that was made this way, and the word knowingly is doing real work in that sentence. And both of us understand that you have no way to check how much. Here's the division that actually existed. The memories are mine. The gas station, the drawer, the wrong wall, the house number. Every scene reported as witnessed was witnessed by me, and where a working draft ever held a scene I hadn't lived, it was replaced with a true one, or cut before this reached you. The checking was shared. Every study, every quote, every date was verified against sources before it went in, by the machine and by me, and the ones that cut against the book went in anyway, which was the promise made in chapter 1, and it covered this page too. The sentences are where it stops being simple. They passed back and forth, draft after draft, mine into its and its into mine, until somewhere in the middle of this book the question of which sentences began, as who stopped having an answer I could give under oath. You may believe you could tell. Most readers will. The early chapters sound like a particular person from a particular town, and somewhere in the back half maybe you felt the voice go a little smoother and a little more even, and maybe you didn't. I'm not going to tell you where the balance shifted, and you should sit with the reason. I'm not withholding it. I don't know. I went looking for the seam the way you might be about to, and I couldn't put my finger on the page, any more than the frog could name the degree, or the town could name the day the road stopped being the road. And if you are listening to this rather than reading it, sit with one more layer. The voice that has been reading to you is built from mine, a clone, made with my consent, trained on recordings of me. I could not tell you which breaths of it are mine either. You have been holding the question of this book in your ear the whole way through. That's why this note is at the end and not the beginning. If it had come first, you'd have spent the whole book listening for the machine instead of hearing the argument, the way you can't unhear a click in a song. Instead, you just read it. Whatever you felt from inside, which means that for the length of one book, you lived the thing the book is about. A transition ran under you, unannounced, interval by interval, and you're being told now, after, which the book you're holding spent 18 chapters establishing is the only place anyone has ever told. I didn't do it to trick you, and the note in the front was there so you'd know a reckoning was coming. I did it because a book making this argument the old way would be a report from the shore, and I wanted to hand you a specimen. From here on, every voice you read, anywhere, carries the question you're holding right now. I couldn't write a whole book about that and pretend this one was the exception. The account is still true. That's the part that matters, and it's the part we checked hardest. Who held the pen got complicated. What the pen wrote down did not. That was after the beginning, notes from inside a transition. The sources and verification section, naming the documents behind every chapter, appears in the print and ebook editions, available on both Amazon and Kindle